Welcome to Australian Liberty Network's first live election coverage. I'm your host, Centrist Aussie. We'll be joined with a whole slew of people. At the moment, we've got Stuart, who's going to be manning all the information that's coming in and keeping us updated with how things are tracking, especially on the East Coast as they trickle in. We've got Zaya Returns joining us early on, and we've also got Drew coming in soon. We're going to have a few people crossing in. We're hoping to get a hold of Jerry over in Queensland once her a bit more information comes out about where she's running in, and also we're hoping to cut in with Kate and James from the podcast from before over here once we know a bit more information in Western Australia. So, Zaya, welcome.
Thank you for letting me on. Phlegm in my throat.
All good. So you're down at the polling booth today.
Yes.
Representing Greens. So give us a rundown. Let us know how it went.
People are actually more interested in the Greens than usual. Last two elections, you get snubbed, but now some people actually stopped and was willing to listen at the Moree polling booth, which was kind of weird. The one thing that really shocked me was the Aboriginal vote this time is a lot larger in my electorate, because there seems to be like around 3 times the amount of Aboriginal people at my polling booth than usual.
Well, that's a good thing. Hopefully see representation, which is good. So how did you think, how did they go with your flyers? What did you think? Did you end up getting a heap of people taking all of them? Were they pretty selective with where they went? We found it was a big mix of people. So how did you guys go?
We started off with a few big boxes and we ended up giving them all out by the end. First time we've ever actually run out of flyers explaining policies in the history of people in my electorate in this area, because we usually only run out of flyers at Dubbo.
So whereabouts is your section? Can you give us a bit of an indicator for the people watching?
So does anyone, there's at the Queensland border, there's a little bump on the map. New South Wales. I'm about an hour or two below the bump. So I'm near Tamworth. Just go a bit more inland and you reach my area. I'm the northwest slopes and plains.
Oh, nice. Cool. And Stuart, you were down helping Jerry out the other day. How did you go?
We had rain, so that was fun. We had, I think, at one point they were saying we had waiting, or averaging an hour for the wait time to vote. An hour 15 at one point, because we had intermittent rain. So everyone's out there with umbrellas. It was 5 seats, I think. Griffith, Brisbane, Ryan, Lily, and someone else. Another seat. I don't remember which seat that is, but there were 5 seats that used that polling booth. So hence, the massive line of people, even in the rain. With regards to, I guess, like from what I saw in the seat, there weren't that many people who were being overly receptive of One Nation, Lib Dems, UAP. I was only there for a couple of hours. I didn't see it too much. But these seats, so that whole area is going to be a topic contested by Greens, Labor, Liberal. Greens, for example, the Greens are hoping to pick up the seats of Ryan and Brisbane from the LNP, and Griffith from Labor. So that's 5. So that's 3 of those 5 seats there. So it's going to be hotly contested between Labor, Greens, and Liberal Party. So I'm not sure how we're going to go into getting votes for the right wing minor parties. If you got those 3 major parties all competing and putting out all the ads they can. Adam Bandt came into inner city Brisbane on the first day of the campaign. So all the leaders will be focusing really closely on that area. So I don't know how it's going to go in terms of the minor parties.
Now, I do have one thing to say about the minor parties. One minor party, the UAP, campaigned really heavily in my electorate. Petrus Van, I always forget the candidate's name, but he campaigned incredibly. He went to every little podunk town in my electorate and just had a chat with everyone over the course of the campaign. And during this, he was at a polling booth the entire day, actually standing there handing out flyers. So I think you might see a shift to UAP from the Nationals in my electorate. Not by much, maybe by about 5% to give them around 13% of the vote. And I think the Lib Dem might...
Okay, sorry.
I was also thinking that the Lib Democrats seem like they'll gain up to around 10% of the vote, and the Greens might get the 10, and then it's going to be up to Nationals and Labour preferences to see who wins. Because I do think Nationals might have to be forced to win on preferences this time, but that's as much as I'm going to bet them being pushed. Because I still think they're going to easily retain this seat.
Cool. Yeah, we noticed the UAP push over here as well, even despite the hatred for Clive Palmer. A lot of guys putting in a lot of work. Had the candidates are all representing a lot of polling places, so there's a really good chance that UAP will pick up a few seats. I think they've got seats, I believe, everywhere. I think they've managed to get someone running nearly everywhere that they can. But yeah, so that's it. The signs is yellow everywhere. There's been yellow. There's so much yellow that's been floating around, especially through Perth. So.
My favorite thing someone said about the UAP is just anti everything the main two parties are for. And they're not wrong.
well, yeah, not far off.
So I've got a question for you two. Seat of Hughes, Southern Sydney, that's Craig Kelly's seat. Do you think he'll retain that? Or do you think that seat will go back to Liberals now that he's left and changed party? Especially you, Zaya, because you're in New South Wales.
I think that would be a very contested. It depends on... Because sometimes when you get a new candidate, the other party wins, but sometimes it can come down to preferences for the retaining party to win. In the contested seat with a new representative.
Yeah, I think it's going to be a hard one to predict, to be honest. He's definitely got the potential to win it, like just to retain it. But whether or not there's enough rusted on Liberals in the area who will just won't go anywhere else. So that'll be the question, is whether they follow him and manage to keep up. But yeah, we'll just sort of see how that plays. It's going to be interesting. There's going to be a lot of seats like that.
Those Liberal, no matter who.
Yeah. There's a lot of them. The rusteds.
Those Liberal, no matter who. Yeah.
Those people are nuts. And also tell him, libertarian Greens are good. The urban wackos are not.
That's good stuff. So I also spent time down at the polling booth, as you can obviously tell. Sorry, have you got a lag there, mate?
Sorry for that lag. I'll be back in a second.
Yeah, so basically what I was saying is I was down at the polling booth today as well. Hopefully mine isn't lagging, but as you can tell, I'm bright red. So it was a bit of a fizzer, to be honest, for polling day. After doing 2 weeks of pre-poll and having some really big numbers come through, I think yesterday we had 2,000 come through the pre-poll. I don't think we even got past 1,000 today at one of the main polling booths, which is an interesting development. They said that apparently 40% of the whole population have voted via pre-poll / postal vote, which is not unheard of, but they were expecting 60%, but it's still pretty big numbers to get through the door. I'm not sure how you guys saw it, but
from what I've seen, the latest figures are just over 50%, because they didn't have yesterday's figures till today.
Oh, interesting. So it did get up to 50 then.
So if they hit 50% are roughly countrywide. That is mostly pre-poll. I think they only hit 2 million for postal.
Yeah.
And then pre-poll, and then I'm going to guess around 1 million for, or maybe a bit under for by phone. Now, even that seems too high. Like 500,000 for phone voting today, and then the rest will be in person. I think there are 17 million enrolled voters. So that's about half. You end up having about half there, postal, pre-poll, and phone. They've actually
normally
extended phone voting this year because of COVID.
And normally they only get 30%, don't they, for the pre-poll stuff? Roughly around 30.
Yeah. Normally it's a lot lower. But yeah, this is the same thing we saw in South Australia in March, with that increase in postal and pre-poll. It's COVID, basically. We saw the same thing in the US in 2020. I think Western Australia as well. It wasn't as severe then because you guys had the hard border, so people could go out more, I guess. But it is a general trend that we've seen with all elections during COVID. Is that high turnout for pre-poll postal?
I do wonder how that will affect the 2023 election for the New South Wales state. Pre-polling.
There'll be monkeypox. Everyone's going to be locked down.
Yeah.
It's all digital. Oh, Drew's here. He's coming. Welcome.
Evening, all. How are we?
Yeah, not too bad. How are you?
Pretty good. Enjoyed a lovely wintry morning out here in the south coast of Victoria. So, yeah.
So did you go out and vote today?
We did. Yeah, we walked the little one down to the polling booth at the local primary school. Got accosted by all the polling people there, and as we walked through,
settle down.
Funny thing was, they didn't want to know me when I walked out. They only wanted to know me on the way in. It was an interesting, dynamic. They kind of ignored me on the way out. It was weird.
Funny you say that, because I had a guy come through and I talked him into libertarianism, and then on the way out we sort of had a chat, and then we ended up swapping numbers. So
nice.
he's going to try and get involved with the party, which is good. So.
I didn't try to ignore voters after they left. I always tried to interact with them afterwards because I didn't see them as a vote. I saw them as a potential ally against the big two.
Yeah,
because the big two is bad.
Did you get that feeling?
Yeah,
Did you get the feeling for the big two?
I don't really like the big two. I've never liked the big two. I always try and put them last.
We can agree on that. But we had a sausage after we voted. They had the traditional bread and sausage at the polling booth, and it smelled so good. The smell was just permeating through the voting booth everywhere. You couldn't get away from this smell. So I was walking out with a sausage, and I was like, wouldn't it be a better idea to allow the pre-polling, the polling, what do you call you guys who stand there and harass people? What are you guys called again?
Assholes.
Party workers usually.
Volunteers.
Yeah, party volunteers.
Wouldn't it be great if the volunteers could be running the snag, right? And so what would happen is it'd have this sort of progressively more exuberant food being offered as you walk down the you'd have the Greens would be offering vegan, pancakes, the shooters and fishers would just have like a pig on a rope.
Yeah, stringing up a pig on a spit type thing.
The Libs would be doing some like buffet gourmet shit, and I don't know what Labor would be doing. The Libs would just have like another buffet. You'd have this exuberant giving experience, I imagine, if you're allowed to give people food on the way in.
Well, that's how it was in the 60s from what my grandparents used to say.
Right.
Back when you could buy votes.
What do you mean back when you could buy votes? You can still buy votes.
Yeah, he meant yesterday. we have our first figures coming in for the electorate of Bean in the ACT, and it's coming back as Labor, unsurprisingly. So we've got 2% counted. So technically it's one polling booth that's been counted and it's come back Labor. But with an 11% swing towards Labor. So any preliminary figures doesn't tell us too much, but we are seeing a swing towards Labor in the ACT. Yeah, that is Canberra.
And is that a Labor seat?
Yeah, so all three members of the House of Reps in the ACT are Labor.
The
And
ACT
this is Bean. So I believe Bean is the southernmost of the three.
The ACT is usually, most of the ACT is usually pretty safe for Labor.
Yeah, because they're all government workers.
Yep.
Yes, but at the territory level, when they had their election, we had a swing towards the Greens. So the Liberals and Labor both lost seats to the Greens. But now we're seeing Labor take the lead, not Greens. So it is interesting whether or not that swings again to the Greens has stopped, or if it's just the fact that we only have one polling station reporting right now.
Have we done predictions yet?
No,
Are we
mad?
Are we mad enough to do predictions?
All
right.
Who wants to go first?
I'll go first. I think we're in for a quick night. I think it's gonna. I think aside from the logistics, and I think Stu, you mentioned that there's a lot of pre-polling. We're probably in for a logistical nightmare. I think if that wasn't involved, I think we'd see a pretty heavy swing to the ALP and a change in pretty emphatic fashion. And I know that's depressing to a lot of people. I'm kind of seeing it in two ways. I know that they're not good for liberty, and I know that they're an identitarian party that will use gender ideology and race ideology as policy, or formulate policy based on those things. But I also know that the blue team needs to take a seat and reconnect with what they are meant to be and represent, and their ideals.
No one should be in power for a decade.
Yeah, I tend to agree with that too. It's just been too long, and I think they're not hungry anymore. They don't care anymore. So they need to recalibrate, get some new blood in, and I've never voted blue ever. This was the first election where I was actually considering it. But they didn't deserve it. Ultimately, they didn't stand up against the premiers, and they failed to stand up for liberty and liberal values. And so I think we're going to see an abandonment from their side of the blue team. Unfortunately, it'll go to the ALP. But who knows in the next election what happens? What do you think? What do you think is going to happen?
I think that the Labour Party will win, but it will be a minority government. Sort of like a 2010 situation.
Yeah.
The Labour will have the slight majority, which will let them egg power. Which means they'll have to.
You think they might have to rely on other parties to form government, maybe?
Well, I think they might have a slight advantage, and then both parties will probably try and make deals with the minorities and smaller parties to gain complete control. So it will be down. I think it will be down to the Greens and the smaller parties of who will actually win this election. But that's just my opinion.
Cool.
Well, I have more figures. So in the state of Bean is Norfolk Island. So it's the island. So the islands fall under territory jurisdiction. So Norfolk Island this polling station is from Norfolk Island, which means that it's not public servants like Canberra is. So it's a bit more of an accurate idea. It's a bit the swing figures are a bit off because we have an independent running. So of course that's going to change the swing. So they've got a swing of 17% towards them. So obviously that's going to change things. But we're seeing an 18% swing against the Liberals, and a 6.5% swing against the Labour Party. So swings against both majors.
That's good.
The Greens picked up a swing towards the Greens of 5%, swings towards Pauline Hanson and the UAP, and a swing against the Lib Dems.
Well, with the green swing, that lines up with what they were polling. They were polling at 5% higher than usual, all across the nation. So that would make sense statistically, from what we know right now.
So this is the first time that One Nation has contested in that seat.
Don't they have a person everywhere now?
One Nation does. The UAP does.
This is going to
the Australia Federation Party has it in most places, and the Lib Dems have it in most places. So the problem you have there is you've got 4 parties that could split the vote.
And there are, to be honest, most of them are right leaning, and that could screw up stuff. That could allow for Labor to get in if it's fractured too much. Because a lot of the smaller parties are right leaning.
Yeah, you've got those 4 minor parties.
I'd even say some of them are just populist, to be honest. I don't think UAP is technically right-leaning.
But you know, like with the public consensus, like a right person who's liberal go, UAP similar to liberal. They won't look into it. They'll just think from how the news says. That's what I meant.
Yeah. Yeah, because they've got some pretty social policies in there.
Like free education.
Yeah. And I've been staring them up on the polling booth. My Greens candidate for their electorate is against free education. Based. She's for highly subsidized education for areas of industry that are in need of like workers. So for instance, stuff like tradies, she wants that to be either free or highly subsidized so we can get the boost of those professions we need. We've got the expert opinion coming in.
I think she just said they're all fucked. Very good opinion.
Well, Stuart, what's your prediction, mate? What do you think's going to happen? You're the black-pilled one.
I'm predicting same as Zio, Labour minority government. I don't think we'll see a Labour majority government because you have the Teal Independents and the Greens, which will split that Labour vote, especially in Brisbane, because we have 2 inner-city Brisbane electorates at the state level. They're neighbouring, and they've both gone green. So that was the electorates of... I've got it written down here somewhere. Where did I write it down? Yeah, so the electorates of Mymar and South Brisbane are both Greens controlled at the state level, and that overlaps with Griffith, Mawson, and Ryan, all Brisbane seats. Those are 3 of the seats that are contested by Greens, Labor, and the Liberal Party. So I think having the Greens vote in the mix will stir things up because of the top 5 seats the Greens are trying to win, 3 of those are Labor, 2 of those are Liberal. So Ryan and Brisbane are both Liberal. But then you've got Griffith, which is a Labor, McNamara in Victoria, which is that's actually the one beside Adam Bance in Melbourne, and Richmond in New South Wales. So the last 3 of those are Labor, the first 2 are Liberal. So the Greens targeting Labor seats means I don't think we'll see a Labor majority government. We could, but it's not really likely. I think they're currently at 68 seats, so they are short of that majority by a fair few.
As far as I'm aware, I know the Teal were running in Liberal seats. I believe the strategy was to not take away from Labor. So the Teal party were actively targeting Liberal seats, including the guy in charge of finance, or the treasurer, Josh Frydenberg.
Yeah.
There's also some controversy going on with the Teals. With what's the guy's name? The Holmes Colt or
Simon
Court?
Holmes Court.
Yeah, so there's some controversy going on there, which might throw a bit of a spanner. This will be interesting. There's a couple of things going on. I believe there's a Liberal candidate who's in a bit of trouble, and obviously Simon as well, which could throw a bit of a spanner in the mix. In order to get it wrapped up quickly, it might end up being something that ends up changing later on. I'm not sure how it all works, but I can't remember people being in this much trouble before the election. So
you've currently got two Liberal candidates who are being investigated by the Australian Federal Police for providing the wrong address. So, for example, Vivian Lobo, running in Lily for the Liberal Party, he provided an address to the AEC that isn't his actual address. His actual address is not in that electorate, so he is currently in trouble. And the exact same thing for the other Liberal candidate. I forget who they are, but the same thing for them as well. So you've got those two who are both in trouble.
Okay. And yeah, what's to go to Simon? I'm just checking out. Sorry, guys, I'm just trying to figure out because there was something that popped up pretty big.
Yeah, apparently he confronted a Liberal senator accusing her of being a part of a defamation campaign against him. So there's been some bad press. The billionaire boys, the son of the first billionaire, has been getting some bad press for some comments he made comparing Scott Morrison to Hitler or something, or a Nazi or something like that.
Welcome to the club, ScoMo.
Yeah, they sort of ran with the whole "How dare you bring the Holocaust into this" sort of line,
But I think there's something else though as well with the campaigning and financing, whether it's a charity or something. I believe.
Oh, okay.
I can't find it, but there is something else going on as well that popped up this morning, but I can't find the link to it.
What I saw though was very much "How dare you bully a woman?" sort of, how dare you talk to somebody who's female in that way, in sort of confrontational way. Very much the kind of attack you'd see against Mark Latham for getting in an elevator with a woman and saying something like, how dare you, or, being confrontational is just, an attack, that sort of thing.
Okay, I just got some results info for Parks. It seems like, from how it's 10% counted at the moment, but the Nationals have a 45% majority at the moment, and the UAP is on 15%. Lib Dems are on 12%, and the Greens are on 7%, which is a gain for all of them.
What's Labor?
Labor's at 28%. So depending on preferences, Labor could win in my electorate.
It depends whether if Clive Palmer said to vote against I'd put the sitting member last. So if those UAP voters have followed Clive Palmer's instructions and voted National last, then combined with the Greens, you'll have the preferences to carry Labor.
That would be about 50.2% or something like that, and that's just enough to get Labor over the bug line at the rate that it is polling. So if the polls continue, Nationals will lose Parks. Oh, that would mess up the National Party if they lost, because that's their safe seat.
Yeah, that's a pretty safe seat. It's been Nationals for a fair while.
It's been Nationals since Federation.
Always been Nationals. Always Nationals.
It's been Nationals since Federation. The Nationals have never lost. They've only ever got close to losing once. And that was when the Liberals were dumb enough to run a candidate in the same seat. So there is a chance that but the swing in the minor party's favor right now as polling is, I hope that follows that line, because this will, even if Nationals win, it will rock the boat, because they won't just be apathetic anymore in my seat. They will try. Because if they win, they'll have to try now because they'll realize, crap, we nearly lost.
Yeah, that's the biggest problem is the apathy. We want to avoid that. Centrist, did you give us your prediction? I might have missed
not
it.
yet. No, not yet.
All right.
I think I'm with the other guys. I think it's going to end up being a Labor minority with hopefully a full hung parliament. But I think what we're going to see is in the Senate, we're going to see a lot of different representation, which is I'm hoping will be scattered throughout all the parties. I'm hoping that there's going to be UAP, Lib Dems, Greens, everyone, just a whole mix of people. So that everything that gets put through is going to at least work with everyone, and it's going to hold a lot of stuff up. I think. Sorry, go. Yep.
I was just going to say my mother-in-law voted for Shooters and Fishers, and she's a greenie, lefty, massive lefty from way back, right? And she just threw some preferences to the Shooters, Fishers, and Farmers Party, which would have been unthinkable back in the day. Based on that they wanted a federal ICAC. So it's just there's a bit of a random lottery going on in the Senate for sure.
Yeah, we're seeing a lot of that. I think there's going to be some sure seats that will get up. Well, obviously, you're going to have your Labor and the Liberals still get in there. But I think you're going to see, and I'm hoping you'll see David Limbrick get up in Melbourne. I think he'll get a fair chunk of the vote. There's a lot of Liberal people who swung to David during the lockdowns and everything that happened because he seemed to be the only one standing up and saying anything. I think I'm actually really quite hopeful for Kate over here in WA. I don't want to put a monster on it, but there seems to be a lot of. When I spoke to people, there did seem to be. I kind of cashed in on the old Democrats saying about keep the bastards honest, and there seemed to be a lot of that sort of sentiment about it. So I was able to push Kate in the Senate pretty well and seemed to get a bit of traction there. So I'm hoping she'll be able to sneak up and grab one of the last couple of seats in there. But yeah, and I think Topher for Lib Dems has got it locked in Tassie. From what I was listening to him the other night with his ground game, I think that there's a good chance that he'll get that one, which is nice because we can get 3 in there. That'll put a bit in there, and I think it's going to be some Greens representation as well. So
that's a very optimistic appraisal of the Lib Dems right there.
That's my only 3. That's my 3. The Kate's going to be the hardest one, but I think Topher and David have got it. I think they'll get it.
Yeah.
So.
Well, speaking to Victoria, I can definitely say there's going to be a lot of anti-authoritarian sentiment out there, myself included. I definitely put the Lib Dems number 1 in the Senate, and in the House, actually, I did something I've never done before, and then I just went independent. I just went, who's the guy who's got the balls big enough to go, you know what, I'm not part of any tribe, I'm not part of any organization, there's no big backing behind me, I'm just running on, I'm a local person looking after local issues. So I threw my vote to the local independent. Who knows? It's probably a burn. It's probably throwing it away to the wind. But that was my House vote.
If you want to, the positive out of that, mate, so regardless of what happens then, what you know is you didn't pay Labor and you didn't pay Liberal with your tax dollars in order to vote. Because they make billions of dollars every year out of each election. Oh, no, every year, every 4 years. Every number 1 vote you get, once you get over 4% of the vote, is $2. I think it's $2.05 this year. You might have to check on me. It was $2.90 the last time. So basically, if you go in and put a 1 next to Labor and Liberal, you're basically paying them to vote for them, which is ironic. That shows how stacked the system is. So.
Now, there is one Green Senate candidate in my electorate I actually really like because she's a libertarian, old-style Green. Her name's Dr. Amanda Cohen, and her Green policies, they're very Bob Brown-esque era Green policies, so I hope she gets a seat because that would be good because she's a libertarian environmentalist kind of Green.
They're a lost species, those kinds of Greens. You have to excuse me for being cynical about the Greens.
It's the urban ones that ruin the whole party.
Yeah, I know. There's definitely that thing in play with it. metropolitan Greens are just gone bonkers.
While the ones in the rural areas in Australia are just looking at them going, "Oh God, not what now?"
Yeah.
Because I talked to Trish, and she compared playing the Libertarian Greens how just being thrown in with the Metro ones because they go, "Oh, you're a Green. You're one of those hair dyeing nutbags." And the little Greens out here go, "No, we just want to protect the environment and First Nation rights. But just like everyone else, but just add those two things."
But isn't the problem that they'll be in a block with their like we know that they're collectivist in nature, and so we know that they'll form a block and vote together, and they'll be dominated by the urban crowd. I guarantee it. That's the issue.
Some of the rural Greens in the Senate before have voted against what the Metropolitan Greens want. They've done it before.
Well, I mean, I'm a bit cynical when it comes to it, but yeah, that's the attitude they need.
As I'm still, I think we talked about this the other week that the rural Greens should just split into their own party and try to fuse with the legalized cannabis and the Indigenous Rights Party.
Yeah,
I think that's what we covered last time I was on.
Yes,
we did. Makes sense.
Because that way you would actually have the Libertarian First Nation Rights Environmentalists back as a Green Party and not the hair-dyeing wackos who say my fifis.
All right, I have the first figures in for one of our close seats. So the seat of Chisholm in Victoria, Gladys Lou's seat.
Chisholm.
Okay. Okay, so in Chisholm, Gladys Lou, there is a swing against Gladys, both on first preferences and primary vote. It's a swing against her. Now, this is a seat that Labor was hoping to win, and it looks like there's a chance that they could. It's one of their best seats, and it looks like they could win that seat.
Is Gladys one that? Sorry, before we go on, is Gladys the one that Drew Pavlo's been having a lot of digs at?
Yes. Drew Pavlo sent the Kim Jong-un impersonator to the seat to visit Scott Morrison at his press conference. Dear leader was there to tell the press that Gladys was way too in bed with the Chinese Communist Party, and it was very fun to watch. But just in context, in terms of what Chisholm is, it's very much a part of our multicultural, what would you call it, hub or region. Very much an immigrant community. So it's quite multicultural. So it's interesting that the Labor Party hasn't won that seat or isn't currently a sitting member, but it looks like they will. Or it's very early days, but they've got a good chance.
It's only 100 votes. It's very, very early figures.
There's a few more to go.
But there's a few more to go. But that's two polling places apparently have returned results.
The other one in Melbourne to keep an eye on, I'm not across all the maps and stuff, but where the Sudanese population is, because Jerry, who I don't know if you guys know, follow him on Twitter, he has been doing a lot of groundwork for the Freedom Parties, and he's had a big issue with Dan Andrews. I even think in the state election he's going to run against Dan, which would be interesting. So if we see how that vote rolls out, it'll be...
an independent is in the lead in the New South Wales division of Mackellar at the moment in the results, and that's a Liberal seat.
Oh, could be chaos.
Well, yeah, that's interesting.
I don't care who wins. I just want a lot more independents to have power because I'm sick of this crap.
Yeah, me too.
Yeah, you're seeing a massive swing against the Liberals there.
Yeah, we expected that though. It's just where those votes go.
An independent.
Yeah.
So it's not going to Labor, it's going to an independent.
Yeah, which is what you want to say.
So we've got an independent who's it's again only very, very early figures, 218 votes. But you do have the independent slightly ahead of the Liberal sitting the Liberal member.
I'm going to put something in the Liberty Network. This is the candidate and Senate candidate for my electorate. I just put it in the
Bring it up and have a look.
Yeah.
Just quickly, a couple of seats in Victoria look pretty strong for the Liberals. So Menzies and Monash,
Of course, Menzies.
both sitting on a 60% Liberal. I think I'm reading that first preferences, or no, after present. I don't know how to read that, but it's looking very, very strong. They're both Liberal seats by the looks of it, pretty safe. But I am kind of waiting to see. I think what I'm trying to get at here is I'm waiting to see the anti-Dan Andrews sentiment, if there is any in Victoria, and if that can influence the outcome in any way.
They're the two candidates for my electorate. You've got Trish Frail, who's the federal member, and you've got Amanda Cohen, who's the Senate candidate. And they're both old-style libertarian, environmentalist, First Nation Greens. They're what the Greens were founded on.
Nice. Well, good luck. Hopefully she gets in there.
As long as they don't want to tell me what injections I need to have to go to work,
Oh, she's against it. She doesn't like vaccine mandates.
then that's
Trish
cool with
said that
they're cool with me.
She said that with a newspaper interview with, I think it was my local paper. She was against the mandates and said everyone should have body autonomy.
Hey, based.
Because she's a liberal.
See, the Greens used to be all right.
See, this is as I was explaining with Stuart. A lot of people don't see the split between the Greens because they don't look at the Greens. They just see the wacko ones. But there is a big split between us. And it is true. It is true that the leaders of the rural Greens do want to split off into another party, but we'd end up with the same amount of votes as the Nationals, but no seats, or very few seats.
I think we see across parties that there's divides within those parties. You know, we know the Liberals have varying views on sort of sporting and trans rights and those sort of things, and the divides are there culturally, I think, especially.
Like the Metro Greens have been pushing for vaccine mandates and free education, stuff like that, but the rural ones, because I'm part of the rural area of the Greens, we've been pushing for First Nation rights, easier health access, easier access to vocational training, and free vocational training in highly needed areas. Like we're having an electrician shortage in my area, so we want to make that free for a few years just to get people in there so that we have electricians. But we don't want to make it free unless it's for an education area that is really lacking in the workforce. So you see that our policy divide is kind of large compared to the Metro Greens.
Okay.
With regards to, we have a few more figures back in. Labor is trailing in the seat of Bonner in
The
Queensland.
Liberals
from memory, the seat of Bonner, I think, is Brisbane, suburban Brisbane. Now that's good because the Liberals have been targeting the outer suburbs that are held by Labor. I mean, even that the ABC just said that as well, that Liberals, and they confirmed that the Liberals have been targeting outer suburbia. Scott Morrison spent a fair bit of time in those places to try and win over votes there from the suburban middle class, and we're seeing that here. So Bonner is a Labor seat, I believe, and it's going the other way. I think it's Labor. I could be wrong. I'll just quickly pull it up now on the AEC website.
The ABC is
my
report.
bad. Other way around. So
ABC
I got that. I got that wrong. He is Liberal. So he's a Liberal MP instead of going to Labor. I got that around the wrong way. So that's my bad. First time doing this. So I guess if you're having Labor retaining those seats, and that says the opposite, that says that Scott Morrison's tactics are failing if he can't win the suburbs.
I'm hoping the Nationals lose a few seats because Nationals. They're my least favorite party in the whole country.
Whereabouts in Australia are you?
You know where Dubbo is?
Yep.
I'm a couple hours north of Dubbo, right near the Queensland border.
Right.
Very rural, very rednecky, very national culty.
Well,
people.
We could use a little bit of that pride in country down here where we are. I think you guys have got too much of it. We got too little.
I know you told me that when you saw the Australian flag at top of Picnic Point in Toowoomba, you said that you would never see it down in Melbourne, the Australian flag flying.
No, it's just kind of weird. It's just this sort of monument to the country was flagging so proudly. But, with the Victorian government, every website the Victorian government doesn't have an Australian flag on it. It has a Indigenous flag and no reference to the country.
Well, my government buildings in my area have the Australian flag, the New South Wales flag, and then the Aboriginal flag all waving next to each other.
Well, see that I'm cool with that. That's a great balance, right? Everyone's represented there. I mean, let's chuck a rainbow one up. Let's get freaky. Come on, let's do it.
No, but it's just I like how they have each flag, and they don't give any flag higher precedence than any of the other flags.
Yeah. Yeah, well, that's not the Victorian government's attitude at all.
Well, I've been saying since I was little. I don't want to live in Victoria.
Yeah.
Well, our flags come out every Australia Day, and you've got a bunch of guys running around with no shirts on and the flag tied around their neck, running around. So,
well, only on Australia. That's like every weekend.
And we had Dan Andrews put the kibosh on Australia Day celebrations in Victoria, and there was no celebrations in Melbourne capital. And then I think it was a week later he marched in the gay parade. So that's Victoria for you.
Yeah, that place is fun. Sorry.
Hey, come on. You've got Mark McGowan.
We're not much better.
You don't get to talk. You technically weren't part of Australia for like 2 years.
Apparently he's been around, going around, because the weird bit is people confuse the state and federal. I don't know if it's the same over there, but they've been sort of pushing, the Labor Party's been pushing the whole, together with Mark McGowan, we'll keep you safe and all that sort of messaging and stuff. And then apparently Mark McGowan's been going around doing press conferences, and at all the conferences, he had to have 2 armed bodyguards everywhere.
Two, mate.
2.
Dan Andrews got like 12, and he's wearing a vest. Pretty sure there's some carbon fiber
that's just
under
his
the
missus
suit.
he's got to watch out. There's that rumor over here too. Apparently, Mark and his missus are split, which is interesting. Apparently, there's a bit of controversy in the staffing. So that's just rumor.
Turns out he's a control freak. Turns out he's a control freak and massively into coercion and control. Somebody get Anastasia on him.
I do know that the one controversial policy that the Greens are running in my area, so basically all of rural New South Wales, is they want sick leave for casual workers.
Yeah.
And the Nationals are pushing heavy back against that, but I do think it is fair because, you shouldn't have as much as the full-time or part-time, but you should have maybe 3 days or something.
it's an interesting debate. This one, I've got some takes on it. You know, obviously the casual rate has a leave loading element to it, and it's always had that. So it's factored in, right? Now, I actually think we're in the era of COVID that, and I don't know why this isn't a case, but why do we not say you get an extra 10 days of leave a year when every other week someone's sick from COVID? Like why is this not ALP policy,
All
right?
right, I'll put in on that.
Yeah, I was just going to say, ALP, what are you doing? Why is this not your policy? 10 extra days leave for everybody. And you know what? Make it gender affirming. Make it
I saw that.
make it domestic abuse. Make it add these extra elements that the left is pushing, and that, you know, there's some legitimacy too. But don't discriminate, right? By giving it leave to certain people, add 10 days leave for everybody. That's my thought.
Well, in
So
my
my
electric,
question,
electric, casuals have no paid leave whatsoever, so they wanted to give them some paid leave that they could use exclusively for sick days. So that was what the idea was, and I do agree with them doing that.
okay. So my question is then, who pays for that though? Is that the business or is that the government?
It would be the government, but by her policy, she's figured out that by cutting certain things that are unnecessary, like the funding of parliamentary transport in my electorate, is insane. I mean, my own minister has a fucking helicopter.
Sorry, that's brilliant. Is it Clive
There
Barker?
is it
No,
a personal?
Mark
Is it a
Colton.
personal? Is it a personal helicopter?
No, it's a
A
government
personal
one.
one.
Yeah,
You don't just get government issued helicopters when you win a
You're
seat.
doing the bush, mate. You're doing the bush.
Really?
He's been sitting in the seat for 15 years. He has
shooting roos. He's just shooting roos out the back of the helicopter.
No, but she wants to cut the funding. She wants to cut that because the budget is outrageous, and then there's some other stuff that she wants to move around so you could actually pay the companies to actually give that sick leave. It's all in her policies worked out. It's not just, well, let's tax people more. She's against that.
I think if you're going to do this, you're going to give casuals more leave entitled. I'm not necessarily against this idea. I think in the era of COVID, there's a legitimate reason for everyone to have more leave. But you should make business pay for it, not the government. Get the government out of this. Like, what are you doing? Like, no.
But if you're going to to push back on that, if you're going to make the business pay for that, you're going to screw over a lot of small businesses.
Yeah, that was the
start
Greens'
adding
idea.
More and more days. That's the problem. It's like for companies like your McDonald's or your multinational global companies, it's fine. They can cover that shit. But you do that to a small business, you'll send them to the wall.
That's true.
Same with also, if you raise the casual rate, I've noticed a lot of businesses will just fire people instead of keeping them on because they'd rather be down a man than pay the extra money.
Well, that's one of the things I've been pushing for, which I've pushed a lot with the Lib Dems, which is one of the main policies that I like out of theirs, which is raising the tax-free threshold to 40K. So what I was saying, the reason why that works is because if you do what Labor suggests and want to artificially increase minimum wage or wages up by forcing the companies to pay people more, you then create more inflation and therefore you cause more problems with, like you said, staff will get sacked and they'll go to try and find someone else that they can put on a cheaper rate and all that sort of things. If you raise the tax-free threshold, nothing in the market changes except that the person who does the work keeps more of their own money. It actually works better for people on the bottom. Like if you're a low income to medium income worker, it actually works out a lot more better for you than it does for anyone who's earning 200 to 300 grand a year.
I just saw a mighty swing away from Labor in Bass in Tasmania.
Oh,
9%.
really?
Yeah.
To who, Topher?
It was just saying a swing away.
Wrong house.
I don't know. It's for the house, yeah.
Oh, sorry, apologies.
Like my Trish doesn't want to raise like the rural Greens don't want to raise taxes. We want to keep tax basically at the same rate it is now, but we want to move funding away from crap that's useless, like subsidizing multinational companies for something that they really don't need because they're a multinational company. Like the mining companies getting subsidies, you could put all that money into, for instance, paying companies to actually have to give sick leave to workers instead of just paying off the coal mines. The rural Greens want to move stuff like that. It's more of we want to move money around that's being wasted than we want to tax people more. While the Metro Greens go, bleed them dry, bleed them dry.
Yeah.
Tax the billionaires.
The Metro Greens are vampires in this scenario. I love it. Tasmania. Who thought Tasmania was so blue? I'm seeing a lot of blue in Tasmania. Is it me or are they calling seats already on the ABC?
ABC is. I also am.
What?
It's
they're
just
calling-
safe seats now.
Sure, lad, Peel.
So I have called right for the Liberal Party, and I've also called I think Riverina as well for the Liberals. Although, Riverina for the LNP, McCormick's seat. There is a swing towards One Nation. They have 10% in Riverina, but on preferences, Malcolm McCormick is still ahead. He's looking at right now 77.1% of the votes. He's still way ahead in Riverina.
So I'm seeing Anthony Green. Just quickly, Anthony Green's got a primary vote nationwide. It's got LNP at 37%, ALP at 30%. That seems crazy to me.
Yay! Yes! You know what the weird bit is? It means those early polls were right because they had, besides not including the Greens, independents and others at 30%. We're about a month out from the election.
But that also means Labor could get in if they suck up to the Greens and the Liberals be the Liberals where they don't want to negotiate at all.
No, the AEC is reporting a 3% swing against Labor. So you put swings against all major parties. You're going to swing against Labor and against the LNP.
6 seats called for the LNP so far on ABC website. 1 for independent.
Wow.
That's
No,
Katter. I believe they've already called Katter.
Oh, come on, Katter's always going to win.
Katter
No one's going to vote him out. He's too fun.
Katter is yeah, that's right.
I love that guy.
Everybody loves Katter. Everybody loves Katter.
So funny. Oh.
Somebody needs to create a comedy sitcom called Everybody Loves Katter and just make comedy skits with a white-haired politician who doesn't get it at all. That would be hilarious.
His gay marriage one is the best.
Yeah, totally.
With the crocodile attacks? Is that?
I'm not going to think about it.
Yeah.
Oh, thank God for Queensland. Oh,
I know, right? I know.
keeps politics interesting.
Hey, you make Clive Palmer, so no.
If
Clive Palmer's also ours.
Yeah, Stu, can you just get your Senate back? Can you be the lawyer, the constitutional lawyer who gets your Senate back and actually has a check on power in that state? Because they need to be reined in. The premiers need to be controlled by the crazy.
Also, Tasmania made Jackie Lambie.
Oh God, I hope she goes. She turned into like this hell. She used to be like a
I know.
battler, represent the battler,
Yeah.
and then turned into like. I reckon she got paid off, man. It was like within a week she flipped on her stances, and it was like. Oh,
It was weird. It was weird
Yeah.
how sudden she became like
she
went from anti-establishment to do as you're told.
Yeah, do as I told you, bastards.
Yeah.
Oh.
Nine.
By the way,
9 seats.
before
Nine.
go, sir.
9 seats for the LNP on ABC. So they're dropping like 13 seats for the LNP on ABC.
And Labor just got a seat.
Labor just got 1. And I'm presuming that we're going to see the polling booths of what. So we're going to see a lot of action early, and then we're going to see the the postal votes scenario play out over time.
Are you saying something shady's going to happen?
Yeah, we're going to see that graph that goes the 4 a.m. spike.
Before I go too far, I also want to brag a little bit. I got my End the Wars Scott Hilton shirt in the mail the other day from
Nice.
Top Lobster and Matt Stevenson. So if you want to check it out, Top Lobster does some pretty crazy, awesome cartoons. So definitely check them out. And yeah, give them a follow if you don't already. So
Nice. I'm a big
Yeah,
fan of
cool.
Scott Holt.
perfect. It's Scott. Yeah, you can follow Scott too, which is a good one. His recent one with Dave Smith was mind blowing.
Labour just got another seat.
No, 15 for LNP. ALP 2.
And they're not confirmed
Wow.
because you don't. Sometimes
just
the vote
wanted to-
swings. in
Yeah.
the seats and they
Those are
change it.
mostly safe. So they're only calling safe seats right now.
It's just sometimes even the safe ones, like the ones that are only like 10%, they sometimes swing.
So with the Senate, I know that the counting isn't exactly the same timing, but are we going to know anything about the Senate tonight, or is it going to be more
No,
in a week's time?
We'll have some figures we should hopefully get primary vote figures. But
So
it's
we'll
6 above the line, 12 below the line. Preferences are really hard to count for the Senate. You could be waiting a couple of weeks before we get definite figures for the Senate.
you the only ones you really know are the safe seats, the ones with a vast majority.
Well, fingers crossed. All right, we got some comments you can bring up. There's a few coming up through the chat.
Sure.
Hang on, what's going on? Lead Pilled and Arabian play about having a back and forth.
How do we see comments?
Here we go. If you go up on
There we
our
go.
right-hand side. So, yes, 100%. Yes. I did a thread the other night on the 40K tax threshold and the raise. If you go to the last couple of, well, actually, no, it's not now, I've added to it, but there was a couple of tweets with some photos in it. You see the business tax that the business pays on the employee as well, and you'll see that it's not just the wage and the superannuation and everything you've got to pay. There's also that tax that comes into it. So when you look at I'll see if I can flick a link through to you, mate, so we can bring it up. We'll talk about that a little bit more. Oh, God, where am I going? Jeez, it's kind of profile. There we
What's
go.
the ABC
Sorry.
saying now? Have they called any more for
16
Liberals?
16-2 still, and 1 independent.
Which again is Qatar, so that's expected. That was the first hit that I called. It was Qatar.
Wonder how the treasurer is doing. 19 for LNP, 4 for ALP. Kuyong, isn't it? Kuyong,
Yes, yeah.
Kuyong so far, Frydenberg's 55%.
Oh, wow.
So he's in the lead, but not by a huge margin. Very early, only 0.6 counted.
I think the seats I'm watching, I'm really looking forward to seeing the Western Australian figures come up, because I went to what happens in North Perth, what happens with the loss of Sterling, because one of the Labor seats there, is really marginal. So the Labor seat of Cowan is marginal. ALP won that last time, 50.83%, so it's very marginal. And now they've taken a part of Sterling. So the MP for Sterling, Vince Connolly, is up against the MP for Cowan and Ali. So the question there is, how does that transition across? does Connolly bring enough Liberal voters across from Stirling in redistribution to take that seat back to the Liberals? I'm watching that seat closely. Unfortunately, we don't have any figures yet because it's still counting over there, just after 5 p.m. West Coast.
Well, we haven't finished polling yet.
But that is, sorry, I haven't finished polling yet. I haven't started counting. My bad. So yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing what figures we come out of that. That's one of the seats that I have on my watch list. A lot of Section 7, ABC hasn't mentioned Stirling. 9 hasn't, from what I've seen. But I think for me, that's one seat that I really want to see what happens there. Because if that seat goes LNP, it'll indicate there's a swing against Labor and a swing against Mark McGowan. And I think that's very important to see if they can flip that seat towards Liberal.
Just to add to that one, the Hasluck seat where I am is also, I didn't realise just how close. So Ken White has had Hasluck for nearly 10 years, but apparently at the last election, he only won it by 49 votes. So I didn't realise just how much of an open game it could be. And it does seem to be a push towards the minor parties that we might even see an upset. I know that Will Scott for the UAP has put in a big showing. I know the guys who are setting up his tents and stuff around the place and the work. So he's put a big ground game in, which could actually, you never know, we might end up seeing a UAP get in. It's not likely, but with the figures going 3-3-3, you never know with preferences. So
I don't expect much from the UAP in Western Australia.
Well, surprisingly, they've actually, for all the hate that they've had, they've also had a lot of support, which has been interesting. I think the Craig Kelly effect has been a big draw card for them. There seems to be a bit of support for him in particular, as opposed to Clive. But also the guys on the ground have played that angle a fair bit. They've gone down a vote for UAP is not a vote for Clive. We are voting for Will Scott. We want to hold them accountable in this area. So there's he actually has had a pretty good showing. So we never know. We'll see how it goes.
Have you guys got texts from UAP?
Not much.
Yes.
I've got a heap from Labor and Liberal.
I didn't get anything from Labor.
I didn't get anything from any party.
So yesterday I got a text from the UAP, totally unsolicited, of course. And it said, Australia transferring all hospital and wealth to World Health Organization immediately. Stop them. Vote One United Australia Party. Click for more. And then today, I got a text from Darren, right? So Darren, I've never met Darren. I don't know who Darren is. But Darren told me a story. He said, Clive Palmer sacked 500 Aussies like me. Now he's helping elect Scott Morrison. Put Palmer and Morrison last today.
That's
Darren,
so full of shit, man.
Just a random Darren. This is not Darren.
I had a phone call which is pretty similar, this is why people get confused about the state and federal stuff again. I had some guy go, hi, I'm rah-rah, I work FIFO. If it wasn't for McGowan and Labor, I wouldn't have kept my job, blah, blah, blah. And I was like, I hung up like that. And I was just like, oh, it's just bullshit. But there's a lot of that sort of stuff going around where it's just absolute bollocks. And they're just playing into stuff that has nothing to do with what's going on.
I think Labor will probably win Bonner by the Greens' preference, because the Greens have 20% of the vote so far.
Bonner's just come up on the ABC coverage.
And
LNP
by the
52.3, ALP 47.7.
And then you see the Greens. The Greens have a major preference there, so it could swing to Labor. That's the one problem with the Greens. They've got more vote than nearly any other minor party, and they swing shit all the time.
Can we bring up Scott's comment?
Yeah.
Who's better, One Nation or UAP? Neither.
That's
Pick anyone else.
Well, UAP is better than One Nation, to be honest.
Well, no, I would say the opposite. One Nation are the OG racist Populist Party. They're kind of the originals. UAP are kind of
Yeah, I'll give you that.
copying their style and their shtick, and so no, One Nation gets the credit for being the OG racist.
I don't know if you guys tuned into the Liberty chat the Lib Dems run during the week, but John Humphreys had a ripper. He was like, "Oh, okay, so we picked on Labor, we picked on Greens. It's time we pick on our preference buddies, the UAP." He goes, "I don't know what happened to them, but it seemed like for the first half of the campaign, they were copying our homework, and the next half of their campaign, they were copying the Greens' homework."
The Greens somehow in the seat of Ryan have not over 28% of the vote in Ryan.
Wow.
9% swing.
Wow.
The Greens.
I think
Wow.
they might be. Is that a Libertarian Green seat or Wacko Green seat?
Which seat was it, mate? I'll look it up.
Queensland Ryan. Queensland seat of Ryan.
Queensland Ryan.
Because if it's rural, that would make sense. Because the rural
Queensland,
Greens.
Queensland is just such a random, chaotic mess of eccentric weirdos. I love it.
It is off the coast. It's a fair way from the coast, by the looks of it.
So it's rural. And Stuart's
I think it's half. Yeah, I think it's half, isn't it? I don't know. It's hard to tell because of how big the place is.
Are they legit racist? No, but they you can make good memes out of them being racist. I don't like it.
Scott, they got their kind of start in nationalism and
Was it from the Chinese?
Anti-immigration.
Yeah, anti-Asian.
Yeah, it was essentially anti-Asian immigration.
Yeah.
So it was a little too specific for my liking, you know. But they seem to have. I was just going to say they seem to have shaved a bit of that off their branding now. But that's pretty heavy baggage to get rid of. I don't know if they've lost it completely. They're now much more freedom focused, and you know, given where we are with COVID and what happened with China, and you know, some of those ideas very much are resonating out there in the electorate. So you know, I think One Nation should do better this year than in years past.
Oh, I don't know what electorate it was, but I saw on Twitter that there was UAP guy holding a stereo and was playing "I Like Chinese" from Monty Python.
To add to what Drew was saying, Pauline, who is the head of the One Nation Party, has a monumental case of putting her foot in her mouth. So even if she has something that is of merit to talk about, her perfect example is the burqa in the Parliament discussion. She wanted to raise it in regards to security, and she wore a burqa and totally just misread the room. She had a valid point. If you're going to go into Parliament, it's probably not the best place that you can hide a face. You wouldn't wear a bike helmet in. But at the same time, like,
but her dressing up in a burqa fucked it.
Yeah, it was just you just like cringe the whole time, going, "What are you doing, Pauline?"
Imagine Katter as the Prime Minister.
To add to that, Scott, since you're a newbie, you would not have known of Pauline Pants Down. So when you get a chance on the back window, YouTube Pauline Pants Down. That was her claim to fame at the start. And then, to be fair to Pauline, this election, she has run an amazing cartoon series, which has, I think, resonated with a lot of people. She's done a very good job at it. And the credit goes to
the cartoon is pretty good.
Yeah, the cartoons have been brilliant. So.
And the other thing she's famous for, please explain.
Yeah, that's the Pauline Pants Down thing.
She's a meme. She was a meme before memes existed. Like
before Vines as well.
Yeah, she kind of transcended politics in a way not many have in Australia. I think she's an important figure.
Yeah.
Maybe for some of the wrong reasons, though, at times. And something
that's
also.
Sorry.
Pauline Hanson was attacked by the Liberal Party and put in prison for, I believe, fraud or something along those lines. Going back a few years now. So yeah, she's kind of been persecuted for
Back
her.
in the 90s.
Yeah,
Well,
for sort of detracting from the Liberal base, I think, more than anything.
Oh, she really. If you look at the old pollings from the heavy national seats, she leached from the Nationals a lot, and that threatened the coalition
establishment.
control of the country.
Yeah, they were frightened by her legitimately, and they tried to ruin it. All right, so you kind of have to give her credit for being resilient to stand up to those fucks.
And
powerful.
I would like to say one thing about the former Greens leader, Bob Brown. He has made statements that he really regrets stepping down as the leader of the Greens because, in his own opinion, the Greens aren't what he used to lead anymore.
Good on him. Those were the days, man. That's when the Greens party.
He stepped down in 2012, I believe.
Yeah.
Stuart, back to
Yes?
Ryan. Navigators just to let me know that was Damien Corey from the LDP. Now, he had a bit of controversy leading up to the election. Are you able to tell us how he's running, like how they are tracking?
Let me check that now for you, yeah. I've just been updating my map. I'll bring that up soon. We're just finalizing.
I'll give a bit of context. He went pretty all in on the pro-Ukraine side when it's not normally the libertarian point. So it was interesting to see a lot of pushback against that from supporters of the party and everything. But yeah, it'll be interesting to see how that's impacted.
I can't call that seat yet.
Yeah.
Ryan was a reasonably good Liberal seat. 10% swing to Labor on preferences.
Oh, wow.
And that's from the Greens. Because the Greens got a massive
That's from
vote.
everyone.
Oh.
Wow.
But Greens are sitting at 20. I'll put it this way. The Greens are currently sitting at 28% of the vote. Labor, 25.
Oh,
wow.
With two-party preferred, it's currently Labor because of preferences. But on first preferences alone, Liberals ahead, but Greens are not far behind. So Liberals currently 35.5.
So
Greens are 27.5.
That will end up as a Labor seat then.
Lib Dems are polling at 2.95%.
Yeah.
So
go well.
Depending, who would get preference first, Labor or Greens? Because it would either it's probably going to end up as a Green or a Labor seat.
Well, it depends who's got the most by the end of it.
So at this rate, it would be a Green seat then.
At the current, it'll go to Greens because Labor will end up.
It'll go. Liberals have lost it. I'm not calling it, but I'm going to say I'm fairly certain to say that the Liberals have lost that.
And that would be good because we'd get a rural Green in. Maybe they can actually do something.
No, it's Brisbane. It's inner city.
Brisbane.
Sorry, I was wrong.
It's a Metro Wacko.
Apologies. I don't know.
No, so Ryan is one of those 5 seats. That's what the Greens were aiming for. So Ryan, Brisbane, Griffith, McNamara,
and Wentworth is
Ryan's one of those key five seats.
Update from Wentworth: Independents polling have 43.7% of the vote.
Doing very well. Whoa! Look at that Liberal swing, 7.7%.
And the Greens got a little bump. Hooray! Check that.
How much is counted?
Both majors.
5%.
How much is counted though?
5%. 5%. That's a significant amount, right?
That gives you a little bit of a map. So if it keeps it this trend, the Independents got it. So, as I was saying 2 weeks ago, I do think we're going to have a surge in independent members for Parliament. Maybe we'll have 20 total.
Ooh, that's a big call. But let's hope so.
Oh, it depends on preferences because
I haven't
you might
even-
get.
I haven't even checked out my own seat. What's going on in Dunkley?
McKellar is the
Damn it.
Liberals have got it, but depending on preferences, they may not win it. 33% swing in Independents' favor at McKellar.
Wow.
Shit.
That's incredible.
Who the hell's running in McKellar?
A local rich dude.
Fuck.
Just looking at my seat of Dunkley in Victoria. Currently, a Labor sitting MP. She's leading on 56.1% with 4.4% counted.
No, was that Labour you said? Is it a Labour
Yeah.
seat?
Yes.
Yeah.
And it's an interesting seat too because it encompasses like one of the lower socioeconomic areas, and then next to it is like where we live is a very well-to-do area. It's like CEO country out here.
This really is going to come down to where the independents' preference in this election. I was right. I'm at this rate anyway.
I have some bad news for the UAP.
What do they call
I'm calling it. I'm calling Hughes as a Liberal win.
Oh, wow.
Independents went 25% swing in North Sydney to independents.
So Hughes is Craig Kelly's seat, and we're seeing a massive swing against him. He's only polling again. It's only 10% counted, but he's polling at 8%. He's polling at 8%. So I'm going to call that as a Liberal.
Craig Kelly is polling at 8% in his own seat.
Yep.
It looks like the Libs have won
this-
Bradfield.
Holy
Maybe.
fuck. Oh my god.
Libs. Parks is going to go Libs.
Wow.
It's always going to go national. It's Parks.
Yeah, so yeah, I mean that's what I meant. Parks is Nationals.
It's
LNP.
just I'm just expecting the margin to shrink a little. That's about it. Which site you on, Drew?
I'm on ABC. I'm on the ABC. I've got ABC playing on a screen right here, and I've got the ABC website as well, which I assume you're also looking at there.
Yep. Kooyong.
Frydenberg.
Oh, come on. Frydenberg's not going to lose his seat. Unless the independent
Well,
hates him.
where's the teal? I can't even see the teal here. Is that Monique Ryan is the teal?
Yeah, because Anthony Green didn't call them teal independents. He just called them independents.
Of course he did. Good boy, Anthony. Toe the narrative line. It's not Simon Holmes Accord at all.
Yeah,
It's not funded by some nefarious money.
He should be in charge of the entire ABC, to be honest. But the surge of independence in these seats is insane.
Do we know which independents, though?
Yeah, they say which one's on the screen.
Yeah, it's teal. It's definitely a teal seat.
Yeah.
Like they're all running a massive campaign to unseat Frydenberg.
I don't think we got any teals over here.
I think we got like two.
No.
Not surprising. It's very much an inner city, urban, white women story, the teal campaign. Yeah, it's very much, there's a strategic element to it that's quite interesting to watch.
It's going to be interesting, guys. It's going to be interesting, that's for sure.
Well, they've already called 4 seats. They've already called 4 seats to independents, and that's plus 1 already to the independents at this rate.
Right. 42-28. So Lib's still with a pretty commanding lead in the House. Or the LNP, I should say. We won't forget the Nationals.
You know you're fighting an uphill battle if you can't even get your name on this side. Oh, Lib Dems. We're getting there.
David Spears, he's the guy on the ABC coverage now. I believe he was like he used to work for Sky News. Is that the? He's kind of
That's
like
correct.
the right wing guy. That's the right wing guy that's joined the ABC.
Yeah.
Labor just bumped up to 32.
All right, so it's a 10-seat margin. I can feel the late surge from the ALP coming on, guys. Can you feel it? Can you feel it?
Yeah, because they're gonna. That's probably all the Victorian and other parts of Metro and New South Wales seats that are being added to it now.
Has WA polls closed yet? Are you still voting?
Half an hour.
You guys? Right, you guys are still voting. Jeez, I'm gonna be here all night waiting for a centrist mob to come and sort that.
Don't worry about it. If you ask Stuart, we don't matter anyway. It might though this time. It might. You never know. This might be pretty big. I've got a 10-pack, so I should be all right.
We've definitely stocked the fridge.
Well, I've got a little bit of straight left too.
They are just cheap and independent clothing. That is true, but it will piss off the major parties. So yay!
I've got bad news for Jerry. I'm calling her seat for Labor.
Poor Jerry.
Poor
She would have done a good job.
She's polling at 3%.
What's the seat
Hopefully
name?
she gets up to 4. Hopefully she gets to 4 then.
What's the seat name again?
Lily.
Lily.
When are we checking in with Jerry? What time did we say it was going to be?
It's meant to be around now, but her phone apparently has run flat, so I don't know.
Of course it has.
3.6%.
It looks like all of Inner Brisbane is going Liberal. Sorry, going Labor.
According
That's
to
bad for Liberals.
According to the Park's two-party preferred vote, Labor is at 32% of the vote, and that doesn't sound great. But that is the highest. If that is the result, that will be the highest result for Labor in Parks since. Oh, this is it. 1986. 87, I stand corrected, which was 36%. So this will be the best result. This will be the best result for Labor in the history of the electorate for this century.
All right, so I think we had a question in the thing about Holt. How are things looking for the seat of Holt? On the ABC website, they've got a 38.4 Liberal and a 61.6 ALP at the moment. But they haven't even had a percent counted, not even 1% of the vote counted. So
11% of Parks has been counted.
Griffith has gone
Must have a lot of them.
Labor. Labor is clawing. Oh, hang on. Griffith.
Ooh.
Griffith on two-party preferred is Labor, but the party currently in the lead is Greens.
In where?
So that is
How does that work?
Oh, where's that? Oh, national. That's national.
So that's Ryan, for example. Ryan now is Greens are coming in second there. They're beating Labor in Ryan.
Yeah, they expected to win that, weren't they? The Greens, they reckon they were a good shot to get.
In Moreton is currently a 3-horse race. So yeah, Inner Brisbane could go quite strongly to the Greens. Greens 20% in Lily. In Griffith, they're ahead. In Griffith, they're coming first.
Let's see the according to
So
how Parks,
I can't call those seats yet if the Greens are coming first.
So how Parks is going right now, the Nationals are at 50% of the vote, and nearly every other party on the ballot preferences Labor. So that's 45%. So and it's only 10% counted, and that the rural areas always get counted first in Parks. So we haven't seen Metro, Dubbo, or some of the other more Labor-leaning areas of the electorate yet. So it could swing. to about 49%, just barely winning for Nationals.
On a positive note, guys, I'm just reading a tweet here from the West Australian. Apparently, when Mark McGowan went to go and cast his vote, he got heckled the hell out of. Just so you know. It was a UAP guy apparently went in. Which is like, oh, okay, cool. Give him shit.
Like, look at the Aboriginal.
Sorry, go.
The Aboriginal Rights Party, they are projected to have 12% of the vote, and they preference
that's
the Greens in my electorate, and they preference the Greens than Labor.
Wow, that's cool. That's good. That's a big number. So,
which means if you add those preferences up, that goes up to roughly around 30% of the vote, just from them alone. So if the Nationals' majority shrinks a bit too much, because the Nationals' majority has been shrinking in the last few elections. But they should retain government.
I have figures for South Australia.
Labor just got another
it's
seat.
Labor in both seats. So Labor's ahead in both seats in South Australia.
After the announcement today,
sorry. Northern Territory. Wrong.
I was
going to say, is there only 2 seats?
Yeah.
Did you see?
That's me.
Did you see what they pushed through today in South Australia with some of the jail time and stuff that you can get for not following COVID practices?
Yeah. Turns out all the premiers are awful.
So the Greens are projected to pick up 8% of the vote in Parks this time, which will be the greatest number they've ever gotten.
So I have some good news for you, centrists.
Yep.
The Lib Dems are polling at 9% in Darwin.
Sick.
In Darwin.
I didn't even know they had someone in there. Nice. That's cool. That's good.
Darwin. That's a weird one. Who's in Darwin?
So
they just want to be left alone, man.
I mean, they did have that psycho premier in.
Yeah, well, you know.
Or the guy that made global headlines with his kind of like his shameful rhetoric around COVID. And I think he was saying that anyone who thinks you shouldn't have to be vaccinated was a anti-vaxxer terrorist or some
Nazi,
shit like that.
Blah, blah, blah.
Yeah.
I hate those people.
Oh, he was the worst. He was legit the worst. You know, I think he was terrified that it was going to rip through the indigenous communities, and you could see the anger and sort of the anxiety in his eyes. He was just terrified.
So the reason why I pointed out the situation right now in Darwin is because that was under Gunner.
Yeah.
So as a result of his tyranny, as a result of his actions in COVID, the Lib Dem picking up there, which is good news. For Western Australia and for Victoria.
Yeah, especially considering, I think, because like we said before, I don't know, is Jacinta running in the Senate or because it's
Senate.
only the Senate?
She's Senate.
Yeah, okay. So, because that'd be interesting as well to see how she goes, I said at the start, because it'll probably give us a really good indicator of what's actually going on in the Northern Territory. So,
sitting on 44 LNP, 35 ALP. The ALP are slowly clawing back the margin.
Just bumped up to 36 on the actual live stream.
Yeah.
So
T Hillam 29 has said we need Dan Andrews out of Victoria. You're damn straight.
Agree.
Like David Limbrick, get him in under control.
Wait, so
40
this
for
is my map
now.
right now from. Oh, that's the wrong screen. I do have. I haven't. I'm doing this the whole time. I just haven't had a chance to get it up until now.
That's the autism. That joke just went straight over the top.
What?
Yeah, never mind. No. You look great, Drew. Smash it back, mate.
There we go.
Something,
So I have not. There we go. I have not had a chance yet to look at the figures for Melbourne. So I haven't had a chance to check Melbourne. But apart from that, in Brisbane, for example, you've got Labor at the top there. So Labor coming in up in North Brisbane. Labor, I haven't called a couple of those seats because those seats are going to go to Greens probably. But you're right now. I have called Lily for Labor on preferences, but I might change that yet. Northern Territories, all Labor. South Australia, I don't have figures for Adelaide yet. Sydney is pretty much as expected right now. Still getting figures into those ones. The southern part of Sydney is going as expected. So the main area here is Brisbane, where the Liberals are losing ground.
Well, Greens
so the
seems
LNP
like
is losing. The LNP is losing ground. In Brisbane to both Greens and Labor. I might change it yet for Greens. Griffith. I'm still here.
You're back now. All good.
You right?
All good.
I'm still here. So the Greens could still pick a couple of seats up in Brisbane, but on these figures, I'm pretty confident to say we're not going to see a Liberal minority government. That was an option beforehand, but I'm calling it now. We're not going to see a Liberal minority government. It'll be a Labor minority probably from the figures we're getting right now, especially with the way that things are going for the minor parties. With UAP, with Craig Kelly losing Hughes, I've called that against him, and with Dixon, Dixon was held by George Christensen, and it stayed Liberal.
42 to
getting right
ALP
now, I'm expecting Labor minority. Sorry,
we've seen the
it's
margin
42 to 45 now.
significantly tighten. We're seeing it significantly tighten right now.
and that'd be coming from Melbourne and from Sydney, and I'm about to go over those figures now. Unfortunately, I don't have the resources of the ABC when it comes to this.
Yeah, just kidnap Anthony Green. Just say, look, you can be you don't have to follow orders.
I'll let you run it. If only. I'll try and get more figures for the Lib Dems, actually.
How many seats do you think the
Well,
Greens will take? I think before the election, I thought the Greens
So they've
might
got one.
already. I was thinking they might end up with 3 or 4.
They've got Melbourne. No, they've definitely got Melbourne. I just looked
they
at
were.
it. 67% of Melbourne.
I was thinking they might end up with 4 seats in the House of Representatives at the end of the
Glutton for punishment. Oh,
Yep.
govern me harder, Daddy.
Yep.
I wish we could have a libertarian Green in charge.
Anyone sane left Melbourne a year or two ago.
Yeah, I spoke to a few people. They've all gone to Queensland.
The
Isn't much better, but
the Greens have seen on the nationwide so far a 2% swing in their favor, according to Albanese, according to Anthony Green.
I'm not surprised by that.
on a light note, did anyone hear the remix of "There's a Hole in Your Budget"?
There's a hole in your...
Yeah,
I heard the remix.
Unfortunately,
someone did a techno remix. It was quite funny.
Oh, really?
I had it on loop at the pre-poll.
So both major parties have lost. They've had votes swing away.
Yeah,
Liberal,
which is good.
the coalition have had more though, about double swing away.
Which we expected.
Nationwide.
Which means
is expected.
But the thing is, that could cost them the election.
Yeah, totally. The margins are that tight.
Because look, it's slightly in Labor's 2-party preferred.
I have bad news for you, Drew. I have bad
Oh,
news
no.
for you.
No,
I'm
don't tell me.
calling McNamara
Greens.
for Greens.
Oh,
I'm calling McNamara for Greens.
It's wrong that I'm
McNamara?
happy.
Hang on, where's McNamara? What? I don't even know about this.
It's right below Melbourne.
Oof.
It's right below the Melbourne, the division of Melbourne, not the city.
Are you serious? I'm saying
It's Greens.
saying-
I'm calling it for Greens.
you're not being.
So
serious,
that
bro.
means they get a second seat, right?
Liberals third, Labor second, Greens on top.
What?
And
Yeah,
with
but
preferences,
why
that means
is-
Greens have won.
Right. Okay. Yeah. No, you're right.
Wow.
God, It's only 2,000 votes. That's
There's
crazy.
a seat. There's a seat in
Well,
New
that's
South
what-
Wales.
It's gonna take a while to call some of these urban seats because
Yeah. Right. There's only 5%
yeah.
counted.
But that's the second seat for Greens. Take
Well,
that, you
Cooper's-
bastards.
Why is the ABC presenting it as just blue red? Like what?
That's all they ever do.
That's the
It's a rigged
two-party
system.
preferences. Well,
it is.
Anthony
That-
Green
the
is
whole
actually...
thing's that.
At least Anthony Green, unlike the other networks, says on two-party preferred. He doesn't say on a party. He says party, but the other ones just go on a party. Anthony Green tells you it's the two-party preferred basis. He actually tells you it's not everything.
Yeah. Because I mean, the ABC presentation of McNamara, Stu, has 83% to Labor Party.
Yeah.
And we're tied now.
Bring this comment up, Stu. ABC.
Yeah.
You like this one, boys?
Yeah. You should have an exemption, except for anything that Anthony Green is in charge of.
Yeah, he is pretty good, to be honest.
And play school.
Quite a know these days. I haven't
it's-
watched it in a while.
The election is probably the one time I trust the ABC more than anyone else. I don't know what
Because-
that says.
It's because Anthony Green is in charge.
It's all Anthony Green.
So Clark in Tasmania is expecting for the independent to retain. Was it Cooper in Victoria
Clark?
has the Greens leading?
So who's saying Clark the Independent? Who said that?
That's on the ABC News. It's got independent at 72.8.
In Clark.
Clark, Tasmania. I'll refresh it and double check. Yep.
Well, ALP has
Clark
gone
in
into lead. 49-46, guys.
That's
running into-
Wilkie's seat. That's Wilkie's seat. Okay, that explains it.
He's
He's been there for a long time. If Labor gets minority government, he'll support Labor. I'm calling it now. He supported Gillard.
Oh God, why couldn't we have just had another 3 years of Rudd instead of Beaky?
No, he's crazy too. Those two lost the plot, man. I can't believe
Rudd
I
is-
voted for him.
You'd pick Rudd over Gillard.
Would you though? Would you?
Rudd's lost, man. That guy's insane.
Would you? That guy was a psychopath.
But he was a psychopath. You know what he was doing. But with Gillard, she was unpredictable, and it's just no.
She was the first woman prime minister, right?
Mm-hmm.
That was a bad idea.
Oh, jeez.
Yeah, the Hughes one is insane. It's
But
half
you
the
should-
vote, and he's not
you
even
should-
touching.
You know, she got in because she was a woman, not because she was good. Like I'm not against women in politics, but you shouldn't just vote for them because they're women. They got to, like Hillary Clinton. She was not good. People voting for her just because she was a woman.
True story.
I don't want. No, Blair's very contentious.
46-48.
Blair.
ALP.
The Nationals have had quite a few swings their way, which is interesting. I'm just scrolling through the numbers, and there's a few that have swung like 2 to 3% towards the Nationals.
Fuck the Nationals, in my opinion.
I thought you'd like that one.
In New South Wales, they're just they're not getting any swings in my state anyway.
Well, we still got 10 minutes before WA starts counting. This is ridiculous.
Chelsea,
Invested in WA. Where's daylight savings when you need it?
Talking about
Labor's got Chisholm.
She's home.
Yeah, that
She's
makes
home.
sense.
She's home. Thanks, Stuart.
She's
She's
home.
on.
Who would have thought Queenslanders were so toity?
Chisholm.
I have more good news from the Northern Territory. Lindiari, it looks like it's going to go country liberal.
Country
Now,
liberal.
Lindiari is that big one. It's that big one. So Northern Territory is 2 seats. The seat of Darwin, and everything else is going to go liberal or country liberal. Not. I have called it for Labor, but I need to change that now.
So they have 2 and 2, right? Like 2 House of Reps and 2 Senate, yeah?
Yeah.
Cool. And we're just talking
So-
House of Reps at the moment.
Just
Yes,
an
we're not gonna have
interesting,
Senate.
just the interesting quote from Anthony Green was, "The numbers we're seeing were not in this morning's opinion poll."
Yeah, he's saying
Yeah,
a
they
hung
were.
parliament is a high possibility. He was saying that before the election.
Good.
I'm just happy that
I love
And
the
now-
disconnect between polling and reality.
well,
I just
Anthony-
love that element of elections now, where the media get to look like idiots.
except for Anthony Green.
It's a
God, do you
massive
want to
thing.
marry him?
Yeah. Come on, ABC. I'm praising him. Give him the control. And we'll have a good ABC again.
So
How-
it's 2022. It's 2022. If you want to marry Anthony Green, that's just fine with everyone.
So,
We're okay with it.
Couldn't afford it.
Tasmania has 5 seats,
Yeah.
and they're cool. And it looks like right now, from the figures that I'm seeing, that Lions, which is the central eastern of the 5, is going to go potentially Labor.
Oh,
It was
Yeah.
it was a Liberal seat. It was
Wow.
Liberal. It's currently flip flopping between Liberal and Labor. It's
Usually-
tight. That wasn't expected.
usually that means that Labor will probably end up winning Tasmania because usually who wins Lion wins Tasmania overall.
Yeah.
Oh, that's not good for Topher then.
That seems like it'll be a Labor government next time they have an election.
No, that's only lower house centrist.
Yeah,
so,
but if that indicates how they're voting, then like
We
it's
we
not
all
gonna
got to
swing- Sorry, go.
we all got to move to Tasmania and join Topher in the Free State Project.
Yeah,
Nah,
free Tasmania.
Here's my idea. Stuart knows what I'm talking about. Round up all the politicians.
Oh, look out.
Put them on Tasmania. Get all
I'll-
the sane
I'll-
people off Tasmania. Then nuke Tasmania.
Oh, okay. As long as they're going nuke. All right. That we can.
Yeah, you round up all the politicians, put them on Tasmania. Get all the people who are good in Tasmania, put them on the mainland, and just bomb it.
works for me. Hypothetically, of course. Hypothetically,
in
of course.
Minecraft,
Yes.
isn't that what the kids
I was gonna
In
say.
Minecraft?
Dixon. Oh, Labor's projected to win Dixon. 5% swing in their favor. 20%, 25% counted.
In Dixon,
Yep.
Yeah.
According to Anthony Green. 5% swing in
Oh,
Labor's.
AFL taking the lead.
It's that crazy idea that 50.1% should be able to rule over 49.9%. You know, that interesting idea. That idea that democracy. yeah. It's kind of this crazy when you really
And
think about it.
others. Oh, and 5, and they've called 5 for independents or minor parties. That's one off what it was last election. Six seats went to non-major parties. This time, we might end up with double digits.
it looks like Zoe Daniels might win.
Is that the independent?
What
Teal?
seats that?
Teal independent.
What seats that?
That is Goldstein in Victoria.
That makes
Oh.
sense.
That's Tim. What's his name? Tim Wilson. Yeah.
And
Yeah,
well,
convincingly
the seat of Brisbane, I think, is a Labor seat because
Sandringham.
ALP and Greens have nearly 60% of the vote on their own. 15% counted.
Brisbane, 10%
Minus
swing
10.
away.
Minus
LNP is getting decimated.
minus 10% in the poll in the votes. That's insane. Oh, screw Peter Dutton's an idiot.
Yeah, I saw a tweet from Peter Dutton today where he said, "I think the votes have started already." It's like, talk about predicting your loss. He's just like, the votes have already begun.
Like
Here comes-
I do think the Labor Party might pick up about 78 seats total, is my estimation. Seat of Ryan is heavily LNP has dominance, but with Labor preferences, Green will win that easily.
We could have a second Teal independent win.
Shut up.
That'd be good.
Stop giving us bad news.
It's good
I'm
news.
sorry.
It'll piss off the Liberals. Not the good
Liberal
Liberals.
seats.
I don't want Teals telling me who I can and cannot associate with and how to put out the bin. I don't want them telling me what to do.
So
They've got a real mummy flavor to them. Mummy vibe. Nanny state
on
vibe.
two party preferred, it's 55.15% for Monique Ryan and 44.85% for Frydenberg.
Yeah, Frydenberg's screwed.
Frydenberg is so Monique Ryan is,
and the Greens
so
apparently.
Monique is less than 200 ahead of Frydenberg on first preferences, but with Labor preferencing and Lib Dem preferencing, she'll win.
And it looks like the Greens are going to win Griffith.
That's crazy.
They got a 10% swing in their favor. That means that
all from the LNP.
No, if these are all rural seats, then it's the Libertarian Greens, and they're very.
These aren't. These are Brisbane. These are all Brisbane.
Yeah. Then it's the wacko Greens going, yeah, vote for us. We'll give you free hair dye.
There's literally 150 votes between Josh Frydenberg and Monique Ryan.
McNamara. I don't think
that's only first. That's only first.
Yeah, I know. I'm just saying this. It's crazy that 140 people can swing that.
Scrutineering will also make a big difference then this time around. If it's that close already, then scrutineering can swing the election, like swing it back the other way.
I've noticed that the Greens have been. This is out of all the elections the Greens have ever run, they have gone crazy with pushing in this one compared to they used to. Like this is like a Bob Brown era Green election.
They are psychos, so there is that.
But you know what I mean. Like they're running a campaign similar to how Bob Brown ran his campaign in 2007 with the heavy, like trying to be basically everywhere and trying to prove that they're there. Unlike how the Greens have been for the last decade, where they're just in cities and nowhere else. Adam.
Go.
Adam Bant's going to retain his seat. That's not a surprise.
Boo.
I hate him. Maybe a Green, but I don't like my party's leader.
And it looks like Chisholm will go. I lost it. Hang on. It looks like Chisholm. It's going to be Gladys Lee's going to lose her seat as well. I'm not calling it, but it looks like she'll lose her seat.
To be honest, I'd like and wow, 55 to the ALP. Oh god, look at Adam Bant. Look at all those Metro Greens. Oh god, look at them.
Eden Monaro's gone to Labour.
Like Drew, you can tell when you look at a Metro Green because they've got that smarminess
They look
that
malnourished. They look
the
malnourished.
the rural greens don't have that smart like that shit eating grin face. That's a Metro Green. That's a Metro Green thing.
Yeah, it is. Look at those soy boys in the back there. Oh my god.
Oh, they'd be eaten alive in the rural greens.
Yeah.
I would like the rural greens to split into its own party. Maybe if we get enough seats in this, we can split. Because I'd like that.
Good luck with that.
You know, there would be a good thing if it happened. Because then the Greens would lose their biggest minor party role.
Yes, that's right. There'd be a civil war to keep that party together because they are the third force. There's too much at stake, I think, for them to lose those rurals. So hopefully, look, you think you're right in terms of if some rural Greens get up that are more libertarian-minded and they can actually have some power and sway, that might bring the metros away from the precipice of crazy. Hopefully.
It's just you'd need enough. You can't just have one. You'd need about one or three to balance the power of the Greens between the two sides.
Yeah. There's just so much crazy though. Like in that Senate, oh my god.
Oh yeah, the Greens Senate. But it is why that I would like the rural Greens to split off and unite with the cannabis and First Nations rights parties because that would give them 8% of the vote. And that would actually be good if that party existed. Because then you'd have a libertarian First Nation environmentalist party like the old Greens. That's a pipe dream.
Barnaby Joyce should retain his seat.
Well, that's not surprising. It's Tamworth.
Apparently he had a big suit about the independence, the Teal independence.
Oh, he's going. Independence hurt my feet. Oh, go join the Labour Party. Because I want the Greens to go back to how they were under Bob Brown.
Have we heard from Jerry?
Nothing from Jerry yet.
We need to get her on because I may not be for the United Australia Party, but I would have voted for her.
Yeah, Jerry's cool.
I'm not going to vote for I'd vote for her if I was in her seat because she actually knows what she's doing. I don't like the party as a whole, but she's good.
How's I'm going to try and see if we can get a hold of Rob, who we had on the cast before. How's Griffith looking? Can we have a look at those and see what's going on?
Yeah, I can check that now for you.
Arabian pleb, it depends. There's two sects of the Greens. There's the rural ones who have basically no power, who are in the Greens party. Then you get the wacko metro ones who have like a 70% control because they have nearly all the seats.
Griffith?
Yeah, I'm looking at it now.
Greens are ahead.
Great. Please
Greens
don't be metro ones.
It is. This is all Brisbane.
God damn,
this is all inner city Brisbane.
Is it wrong that I want the Metro Greens to lose?
So in Griffith, Greens are 36.5, Liberals are 29, and Labor is 28.8. So that's the Greens. That's going to go Greens.
Okay, I wish the
I've got an update on Christine Keneally, on the People's Representative Christina Keneally. She's struggling. She's got a swing away from her of 17.2%.
Is that the seat with Lou, the independent Lou?
Day
I
Lee.
hope I'm saying that right. Yeah.
Day Lee.
How's she
I
going?
think it's pronounced.
Lee, sorry. Apologies.
She's doing well. Christina is marginally
They're
ahead
alright.
on 50.3.
Scott Shannon asked a question in chat.
Yeah, bring it up.
There we go.
I'll
So
chime
the
in.
question is to the group.
Yeah, back in the 90s and early 2000s, yes, there definitely were libertarian Greens. I don't know if you'd call it rural and city back then, but the Greens were very less.
That was the whole party back then.
Yeah, it was less corporatized in terms of the. So at the moment, you've got this thing where there's the coal industry on one side, you've got this eco industry on the other, and now they're sort of caught in this corporate, especially in the cities, that caught in this corporate sort of cycle. But back in the day, they definitely used to be a lot more based, like less government, sustainable farming, sustainable forestry. It seemed to be a bit more sensible with their approach to how they tackled things with the climate and stuff. Whereas now it's very military.
Basically, the Bob Brown era was like that, but the moment he retired, it got this all, like as Stuart said, when the Greens got a taste of power, the Metro control went power mad of the party. Like all the people in the metros who had seats went, oh, fuck being libertarian, we want money. While all the rural Greens out here, like me, my dad, my family, and a bunch of other people I know on the Rural Greens Facebook group went, no, this isn't what we signed up for. Fuck you. I got kicked out of the regular Greens Facebook group for being too alt-right.
That doesn't describe the Greens in 2022. I don't know what does.
We have a rural
funny
Greens Facebook group as well, which
it's funny because I was questioning why a Greens voter was in the Liberty Network chat. So I was ready to kick you out for being a Greens voter, but it's good to hear you're an old school Greenie. But I don't have the power or would kick you out. Don't worry.
Yeah, I won't. Don't worry.
No, it's because I'm a Green, but I don't stand by what the Metro Greens want. I stand by what the.
I was just going to say that I think they are almost, like you said, two different parties.
But they won't split because it will destroy the power.
It's the same story you see across Australia: the metropolitan versus regional areas.
It's like
two different countries.
It's like how the Greens are sort of like how the coalition is. They're two different parties that hate each other, but begrudgingly work together because they've got power that way.
Yeah, they share some values, but the metropolitan party is rushing so fast into the future that they leave the regional people behind. Ultimately.
Yeah, and that's why a lot of the rural Greens want to make our own party, but we know it would be fruitless because we'd end up like the Australia United Party vote-wise. We'd have dipkis.
I think Arabian Pleb in here said, yeah, I know a few old school Greenies, but a lot of them are now voting One Nation, which is really
pretty crazy.
Interesting.
Yeah, that's pretty crazy.
I know that we've got a few ex-Greens back over to the Lib Dems, but what's this one?
Like, I would like if I would prefer if the rural Greens split up into their own party, because that way people wouldn't just associate the rural candidates with the wackos. There are rural candidates.
I'm sorry, but that is just going to happen. That's unavoidable.
I know, but it's just not fair. We get fat.
You keep saying this. It's the reality, you know.
It's why if I run, I'm going to run under independent because the Greens. I'm not going to get anything with the Greens. Because...
What are you going to when you get kicked out of the Facebook group? Isn't that a cue for you as maybe that you're not a Greens person anymore? Like, when are you going to get the message?
I don't. I only vote in my seat. So if I move to a more metro seat, I would not vote fucking Green.
Right.
Lib Dems.
Yeah, I'd be voting them or something else. But since the Green candidate in my seat is actually a sane person, that is why I vote Green.
I'm telling you, it's not going to work out too well. They're gonna, because they will, like that's the thing. They're part of that machine, and they'll conspire together to besmirch people like the Lib Dems.
Dude, you're blackpilling us.
That's my job.
I know how fucked up the system is. It's
Like,
not fun.
I don't like the system. It's just depending on where I live, I would change the party I vote for because in each seat there's a candidate from other parties I like more. It's just
Which is
the
actually
Greens.
what you're supposed to do, to be honest. Like, if
The
you're
Greens-
serious about...
The Greens candidate is the one I like, but if I moved over to Tamworth, I wouldn't be voting Green because I don't like the candidate for the Greens in Tamworth.
That's what you should do, though. That's the whole point. And this is, I think, we lose this with the House of Reps. It's like they're supposed to be representing that area, so you should be voting for the person, not the party, and those sort of things.
Exactly. That's all what I've always done, and I haven't always voted Green. In 2016, I voted for the Labour candidate for my area because he was the best choice, in my opinion.
I made that mistake too.
No, but it's just, I'll change my vote. I'm not just going to stick with the Greens. If a better candidate comes along who isn't a Green, I'm not going to vote Green anymore. It's just I'm stuck with what I got in my electorate. Which I think you could all agree on.
I went independent for the first time ever. I was just like, nah. Who's the local person who doesn't care about parties? Chuck them first.
Nah, my independent's kind of wacko.
As if the Greens member isn't kind of wacko.
No. I'm talking about this guy's kind of like I don't know how to explain it. He's just a bit nuts.
Wacko?
Oh, ALP has jumped ahead.
Well, they're gonna win at this rate.
61-46.
And also,
Have
that
they
is a
called-
funny joke.
Have they called Greens to Labor, though?
What was that?
Have they called the Green seats to Labor, though? The ones that look like they were going Green?
No, good. Oh, let's see what Anthony Green says.
Hunter, it is going to go Green from lots of things.
So, for instance, centrist. If I lived in your electorate, I'd be voting Lib Dems.
So, according to the ABC, postal votes are not counted on election night, and for the first time in history, the most votes counted have been postal. The most votes made or lodged are postal. So
they started today.
What are we even doing here?
No, they started.
No.
They started counting them at 6 p.m. today because of slight rule changes because of COVID.
And no, it's the record number of postal votes, but not the most. It's not the most number. Postal votes.
I might have read that wrong.
Postal votes is, I think, 2 million. Yeah.
I'll be back in a sec.
Lead Pilled said something that's true. No matter the outcome, be it Liberal or Labour, the real winner tonight is Ukraine.
So true.
Like, for instance, I don't understand this thing where people go, oh, you have to stay with your party if you move. No, that's stupid.
Oh, yeah, Ukraine's going to win.
Like, the 2019 candidate, the 2019 candidate for the Greens, he actually went. He actually liked. He was anti-gun control for my area. The Greens candidate from 2019.
Nice.
Yeah, that's what I mean. I picked the people who like. I picked my candidate, not by party. So that's why in the Senate I voted Lib Democrats.
To answer your question, Scott, not likely in the lower house. From what we're seeing,
it's an uphill battle. Like, to be honest,
you might get one.
It's a very generous way of putting it, centrist.
You might get one.
Budget, man. The budget. It's insane.
No, yeah.
To be able to, the Senate is where there's a chance to actually make an impact. On the local level, it is extremely hard to compete with the likes of a Ken White or a Tanya Lawrence budget. The guys have got signs as far as the sky can see. I had 4 signs trying to help Steve get in the local
UAP
house.
We
tried. We did our best. I was there for
I've got an
2 and a bit
update.
weeks. So
The Nationals' vote in parks is dipped to 49% at 21% counted. That's the law. They've never dipped under 50% for a long time.
Just to add to that, Scott, if we do get seats in the Senate, though, that can be a really important thing. So if we can get Senate seats, then they can block bills, they can hold people accountable, which is good, and we can actually
That's one of the reasons why I voted for mine.
Yeah, it's you can actually try and slow a lot down, which is good because that's at the very least we can try and control stuff and stop it from spiraling out, which is looking like what's going to happen if Labor get a majority. So,
do we think postal votes will be advantageous to either party?
I think they'll be more advantageous to Labor because, from what I've seen, the more rural people who vote by postal are usually Labor.
Also, they're the COVID scaredy cats.
Not really. James said in South Australia there are people that apparently generally Labor doesn't get good preferences by postal votes in South Australia because it's regional.
South Australia.
Because it's regional. So Labor, because the seats that Liberals and Labor, or that Liberals and Nationals always do well in, are large regional seats. So regional, like parks, like Lingarry and Northern Territory, these are all rural seats. So they'll be postal votes, which is why postal votes usually go well for the LNP. It's the pre-polls that will go well for Labor because they're able to avoid the large crowds of people.
I got those two mixed up. Sorry about that. There's just too many ways to vote. Like the telephone. How's the telephone voting gonna go?
That's a good point. That's something we're not sure of, to be honest.
Tehillim29 says if the postal votes are from overseas to Australia, I'd say the vote would go minor parties after seeing the crap that happened in Victoria.
Oh, I agree with that.
Yeah.
The people trapped overseas going, okay, who isn't a major party? Yeah, we get in.
Yeah, that's a good point. I would also think that a lot of senior citizens would vote postal, and they would tend to vote blue.
Yeah, my dad voted. My dad voted today. He preferenced. Yeah, you'll probably find this. He's an old style green. He voted green, libertarian, UAP. He put Nationals last and Labor second last. And he's been voting that way since the 80s. But he always puts the major two parties dead last.
We're not seeing that kind of the putting the majors last. I think people were talking about 30% of the vote was going in away from the majors. We're not really seeing that play. I mean, 6 seats for independent is a good place to be at this point.
That's what we got last time.
Right. We'd like to see more.
We'll probably get a few. It might get up to 10. I think we'll get double digits.
Scott Morrison has retained his seat.
Although the Prime Minister retained his seat. Yeah, that's a surprise. They always do.
Of all the Liberals that they get that one.
Cue the leadership spill starts now.
Yeah. I'm surprised they haven't run with it, to be honest.
Stuart, remember what we were talking about last time? How the at my local betting agency, they were taking bets on how long would the person who wins retain their seat, and it was like 100-1 that Scott Morrison kept his seat. He kept the prime minister job if he was the prime minister.
You should have gambled too. You should have gambled that he would keep his seat.
No, like if he becomes prime minister, will he retain being prime minister? And 100-1, just like the betting agency's going, he's getting the move.
Do we think maybe the ALP will do what it did last time and just knife its leader in the back?
The thirsty little knife. My favorite Sammy J joke. The thirsty little knife went to Parliament.
Yeah, just Game of Thrones style. Here's Tanya Plibersek on the ABC. I think actually my theory is Tanya decided not to be leader of the ALP, and she was given it on a platter and decided not to take that role, and then Elbow just Stephen Bradbury'd into the leadership.
Stephen pulled a Bradbury.
Yeah. Tanya was deputy, right? Was deputy under Shorten. So she was next in line. She should have got it, another female representation. But I am 100% convinced that she decided not to take the leadership role.
I think their official explanation was because of Albo's experience as a deputy or prime minister before, instead of a deputy shadow minister, he was better suited for the job. That was their official explanation, I believe.
Yeah. I wouldn't be putting too much into that.
Yeah, that's why when I said it, I did air quotes.
Yeah, but maybe Shorten will stab Elbow in the back. Shorten will come out. He'll get the knives out, get the right faction out, and take Elbow out.
Yeah. You see Gillard giving him the ceremonial knife.
My precious.
Yeah.
Gillard hands the ceremonial knife to Shorten.
Yeah. He was.
We go through that again in the Labour government. Oh my God. They won't get it for 30 years. Oh.
I think they'll try to avoid that at all costs so they don't have that again.
Someone saying, Leadpilled saying there was rumours of Frydenberg having party votes to take ScoMo's leadership role if Liberals win.
I'd buy it.
Yep, I'd say that's reasonable.
Yeah, I'm surprised it didn't happen before the election. Like
because
they should have got fresh.
Scott Morrison is more popular than Frydenberg as a poll-to-poll person, so I think they were gaining on.
I mean, I think I think that poll underestimates refresh and sort of renewal and what that could do.
I'm just thinking that was the LNP's explanation of why they didn't knife him before the election. They probably looked at the polls but didn't think about refresh and went, "Oh, well, we'll just keep ScoMo. Yeah, he'll win it for us. Then he can go on the dumpster out back."
I think there was a certain amount of just, we're going to crash this plane. We're going to go down with the ship.
Fowler has been called for independence.
Fowler? Okay.
Yeah. Oh,
lose that.
Oh, it's getting serious. Centrist.
Who's the candidate in Fowler?
Get hot. Oh, bevies.
I think we can all agree. Everyone in the Liberty Network wants the best for their electorate and the best for Australia. Like we're all true blue Aussies.
That's okay.
Like, you know what I mean? We actually care about this country, and we're not freaking.
But I think the Greens are the end of civilization as we know it. So there is that.
But you get what I mean. Like, we all actually care, and we actually want to try and help the country.
We definitely care. But I think that's the thing. Everybody cares, right?
But a lot of people are apathetic about it.
Well, there's a certain amount of that. But most people who are passionate about politics come from a place of their intentions are good, right? And it's just a crazy amount of different ways of viewing what good intentions mean, or the way those,
Like
promoted it in the world.
we can have different political opinions, but we should still work together to get the best outcome. That's how politics should work, but it doesn't.
Arabians asked me why am I sitting on the floor, because my internet reception is so dodgy that this is the only room that I'm guaranteed it won't cut out, and the desk for my youngest son's room is very, very small. If I put a seat, you'd be looking at my bum all day. So
You are.
Hey, that might get us the views.
Are you actually sitting on the floor?
Yeah, I am. Yeah, I've actually had to put the laptop on a box on top of the table because it's that low. But yeah, like I said, I didn't want the internet coverage to drop out because my Wi-Fi recently has been a bit dodgy.
This is the professional level of broadcasting you can expect from the ALN.
Scummo.
I've got my next sort of figures done.
Oh.
What's your figures?
Okay.
So we
Hey,
are
Dan.
looking at 6 independents so far.
Oh.
And is that counting Greens or not?
That's what I think. That's not. No, I can't agree as an actual party. Unlike
So that's
ADC.
nine. That's 9 total. Not from the main two parties.
And you
That's a lot.
won't like this. You won't like this, Zio. Xenophon Alliance kept the seat. So the Center Alliance, which is Xenophon's team, kept
Is that
the
Sterling
seats.
Griff?
So that's that orange one down that you see at the bottom of South Australia.
Is that Sterling Griff?
Fon's got 3.
I don't think so. No, it is.
No,
it is.
sorry.
It is. And then Kata obviously just kept his seat. You got 4 independents. I'm calling so far. You could have up to 8 independents. So Northeast Sydney.
Sus.
So Northeast Sydney is where all the independents are, and it looks like you could have a few there. Hunter Valley, I can't call that yet because it's still close. It keeps switching. All of Queensland has gone blue, with the exception of the couple that's still close, except for Brisbane. So
Come on, independence.
in Brisbane, it's gone Labor Greens. And then Northern Territory seems to be certain with having one country Liberal and one Labor, which is a swing against Labor in the Northern Territory, and it means that we do have a chance of having senators as one country Liberal, one Labor. But with the Lib Dem support you're seeing in Darwin, a country Liberal taking back the regional seat means that there is people complaining now about Gunner and the Labor government, and it bodes well for Western Australia. And we should have figures into Western Australia any moment now.
Oh yeah, it's half-assed. They should start getting.
Come on, WA. Come on, WA.
Like,
Come
I'm
Yeah,
just
it
checking
takes
my
a while.
electorate. Centrist, the Liberal Democrats are polling at 8% of the vote in my electorate. Now,
Not bad.
Cool.
Not bad.
That's pretty good.
they leached it all from apparently they leached some of it from this projection from the Greens and the Nationals.
You know, Stu, what stands out from your map to me is can you bring it back up just quick?
Yeah, I will.
So just looking at it at a high level, just the lack of red that I can see at that
Like
high level.
No,
Well,
so
you have
that's
You have
misleading.
to zoom in. Well, I was just going to say you have to zoom into the metropolitan regions
Yeah.
to see the red, right? It's just that's what stands out to me, obviously.
That green
So
New
is
South
it-
Wales is insane, but
And so we might get a rural metro divide, sort of like in the US.
Yeah, I think we already have it. It's
No,
already
I-
there. Yeah,
I'm just saying,
And-
you already had it in previous elections, but in this it could be the US size of the scale of difference.
yeah. Well, you're right in that the cities are Democrat and like the states are broken up by that divide. Regional areas are Republican, and the cities are Democrat.
And we
And,
I've done the maths just there, and Hunter Valley if Hunter Valley goes Labour, the Nationals will have lost a seat. You commented about the amount of Green centrists. They might lose. The Nationals might lose a seat, and they certainly won't gain any.
Yay!
Well,
Sorry,
John on Twitter has just called it for Albo. He said Albo's won the election. So
Who called it?
John Ruddick.
No.
Which is not a good sign.
I'm saying it's Labour. I'm not definitely. There's no chance of having a Liberal minority. It's definitely going to be a Labour minority. Those Teal independents will work with Albo. Those Teal independents and the Greens work with Albo, not the Liberals. So it's going to be Albo's next Prime Minister.
Well, at least we don't have the one good thing is at least we won't have 20 years of Liberals, because I hate any party being in charge for more than 2 elections.
Well, it's not going to be a country left for them to take back, though. That's the problem.
There'll be a civil war in the country.
I think you'll be surprised, centrist, how much the fight back has begun in the culture itself.
Get our pitchforks.
Yeah. I think the fight back has to begin at the grassroots level rather than at the national or even state. We need local cultural fight back. And we're looking at the stuff we're seeing in the States where the school boards and the
Taylor makes an interesting point in the chat.
Oh, here we go. Electoral sabotage. It started.
Yeah, each party's been trying to sabotage another major party. They've been putting fake signs up and everything.
There's no Biden laptop story that we can point to.
But there's like each party's hanging up fake signs for each party that is telling them that are lying about the party's preferencing.
Sure, but are we going to say that at the high level there's any kind of electoral issues going on here? I don't think so. I
don't think the voting's rigged. I just think the sign thing and some stuff like that.
You don't need to rig the voting in our system. It's already stacked. And what does it mean by stacked? Yeah. It's like it's not rigging per se, but the system is set up to support the 2 major parties. So this is just like the whole. If you look at how the voting works and how much money you can make back from the taxpayer, and how the stronger the 2 parties push, the more money they get back. So,
which is why I'm hoping we get at least a double digits independence, so that they can do stuff to block things.
Well, I don't think they're going to block. If it's the Teals, they're not going to block much. That's the problem.
Yeah.
What we always were going to see was a pretty strong Labor left win, and what we're hoping to see is the Senate become that balance of power, of that check. That check.
That's why I voted Liberal Democrats in the Senate.
Yeah, exactly. And a lot of people did. We're going to see a lot of minor party representation in the Senate, is my estimate. So
I have Jerry's figures. Jerry's figures for City Lily. It's a Labour win, a swing. On first, so she is northern inner Brisbane. So we've got a swing of, on first preferences, 5.5% towards Labour. The Liberal has had a swing against them of 11%. That's the guy that's being investigated by the federal police.
Stuart, could you put the figures up on screen for us, for everyone in the Liberty Network to look at? And the chat for Jerry's electorate.
She's coming 5th out of 9.
Has she got?
So 5th out of 7. 5th out of 7.
Which state? New South Wales doesn't have a state election to next year.
Victoria does. It's the big one.
Yeah,
Victoria's in November.
I just wanted to chime in real quick. So Lead Pill said maybe we need Labor in to really black pill people. Arabian Flavor agrees. I I agree as well. Just wanted to state the case there. I think we need 4 years of shit for people to wake up, because I come from Victoria. We are way too blue pilled down here. We need a fucking cricket bat to the face to wake us up.
The problem is it's going to cause
disagree
so
there.
much devastation.
So you're saying that Labor federally will be a black pill? 6 out of 8 states and territories are Labor. Of the 2 that are left, Tasmania is a bare majority for the Liberal Party, and New South Wales is an LNP minority government. We have the closest thing to control the entire country, and federally Liberals are a minority government. We have the closest thing we've seen to control of everything by Labor in a long time, and people are still voting for Labor.
Yeah, you're saying we should already be black pilled.
We should already be black pilled.
If
that's going to happen, we should already be there, and we aren't. It's been over 2 years of COVID tyranny. Labor across the board in the entire country. Any Liberal government that we do have is a minority, except Tasmania, where it's a bare majority of 13 or 25, and people are still voting for Labor.
Play the USSR theme, comrade.
To answer, so Scott said any sense of any of the 6 independents are freedom-minded. Katter is ex-Liberal.
Definitely.
So he'll go. He should be pretty good. But the rest of them, Central Alliance.
They're you can't really tell what they're going to do because they're kind of strange.
But all the independents that we're seeing are pro Labor.
Right.
So all the people who in my other figure that I've got right there is the 2 minor parties, Katter and Central Alliance, and the actual independents, and all the independents are left wing.
So on the Senate, I'm just looking at the Senate results coming in. It looks like there's a fairly balanced result there with 19 Liberal National Coalition seats, 13 Labor Party, 7 Greens, and 1 Nation. There's 2 Jackie Lambie too, which might upset the balance of power there. But so we're looking at around 20 seats for freedom-orientated parties in the Senate, and then 19 for coalition, and 1 Nation. Jackie Lambie is the sort of joker in the pack there. With her numbers, it's 20 Labor Green and 2 Jackie Lambie.
Okay.
Where have they counted? 40 of 76. No. Where is this? Where is this all coming from? Like, do we know which states, etc.? Oh, that's international.
It can't be WA, obviously.
No.
So I've got the Senate figures.
Oh, good. Victoria hasn't got any. Thank God. So I was just looking at the Victorian Senate count. There's like 0 for all of them. I'm like, that makes it more sense.
So the figures we have right now, for what state am I in? For the South Australia, the figures I have right now suggest that we'll have 3 Liberal, 2 Labor, a Greens, and then either Pauline Hanson or Lib Dems.
Is this in Queensland?
So this is at South Australia. Looks like you'll have, from what I can see right now, it looks like you'll have 3 Liberal, 2 Labor, 1 Greens, and they're either Pauline Hanson or Lib Dems as number 6.
In Queensland?
South Australia.
Sorry, because I'm looking at Queensland and Lib Dems haven't even popped up on the list.
It's Campbell Newman.
I told
Kate, do not expect anything from. I told her, when we had her on the podcast after the show, I said, don't expect anything from Queensland. It's Campbell Newman. We are going to vote for him. I didn't vote for him.
Yeah. Right. Not a lot of seats have been called. They're just.
I'm looking at
it's because they're still close, or we haven't had enough votes counted.
Victoria Senate's not even got the Lib Dems on there. Oh,
So
yeah,
Lib,
2.5%.
so Lib Dems are
2.5%
What?
Victoria. Surely not.
legalized cannabis to get a senator in Queensland. I'm happy about that. I'll take that.
Yay!
So the figures
Yeah,
for
smart.
Queensland, Queensland for provisional quota, I'll bring it up. So you've got, Lib Dems, UAP did better than Lib Dems in Queensland.
Yeah.
So Clive Palmer did better
I
than Campbell
expected
Newman.
that. Yeah, I expected that though.
So from the figures in Queensland, Liberals are currently at 2.5, Labor at 1. Also at 1.5. Pauline Hanson 0.75, the Greens 0.66, and then legalized cannabis at 0.4. So if those figures stay as they are right now, you'll have 3 LNP, three LNP, 2 Labor, one Pauline Hanson, and 1 Greens. If those figures stay as they are right now. Probably. No, wait, maybe not. If Labor keeps where they are, no, hang on. If Labor stays as they are right now, they'll only get 1 senator in Queensland. So if the figures stay as they are right now, Liberals hit the quota twice, then Pauline Hanson, then the Greens, so that's 4, then Liberals again, that's 5, and then legalised cannabis, which is 6.
Well, there you go. There's a white pill.
Yeah, we need a balanced Senate.
Scott says, if the lockdowns didn't make people up, a cricket bat will be blamed on the free market conspiracy theory, white nationalists. Yeah, probably.
I don't know what that means. What does that mean?
It basically, they'll blame it on the people the conspiracy theorists who approach Trump. Basically.
MAGA.
Yeah.
They'll blame us for everything.
The ultimate deflection.
I'll get the Victoria figures for the Senate.
What are they doing
again,
in WA? They haven't done anything yet.
Liberals at 2.7, Labor at 1.6, Pauline Hanson, the Greens at 0.8, Pauline Hanson 0.3. I have bad news. Limbrick won't win.
Oh, that's not
I'm
good.
sure he was going to get in.
So Liberals 2.7, Labor 1.6, Greens 0.8, Pauline Hanson 0.3, UAP 0.28, legalized cannabis 0.22, Shooter Fishers 0.21, Liberal Democrats 0.17.
Why are they voting Liberals? Oh.
So they pulled. So the Lib Dems pulled out Limbrick and said now he's going to lose the upper house, and he's not in the lower house. He'll only have 1 Lib Dems in the lower house now.
Oh, that's not good at all.
Tehillen says that Limbrick can still get in at the state election. Well, it is possible. You're going to have the next 6 months. You'll have the next 6 months with only 1 Lib Dems, Tim Quilty.
Like I may vote Greens, but you can tell I'm a libertarian.
I'll get Tasmania.
Is there the inbreeding first party? Because if there is one, that would win. Why do I feel like that is an actual party for some reason?
It probably is. Would not surprise me.
It's Tasmania. They're fucked.
So Topher has done worse than David.
Yeah, I saw that.
So have the Liberal Dems won anything in?
Nah.
No, that's not good. I was hoping they'd get a couple seats.
I didn't expect it. I kept saying to you guys, voting won't change things. But
No,
no, you didn't listen.
No, I didn't think they'd win, but I was hoping they'd get some of them.
So that was mainly aimed at centrist.
Oh, no. My thing was that if I didn't do this now and didn't try, then...
You'd never do it.
So you gotta give it a shot. But
Gotta give it a go.
I'll get WA figures.
I already know who's going to win the Senate in Australia. In my electorate, it's always the Nationals and the coalition.
We've got almost nothing from WA.
nah, nothing at all.
The only thing we have is O'Connor, which will be Liberal,
Yeah,
which is expected because it's regional. What's ABC calling it at right now?
Let me have a look. They're talking about how they don't think the Liberal Party has a great rapport with voters compared to what they used to in previous elections anymore.
45-62 is what they're
Yeah.
saying.
What they're talking
But
about. They are calling some of those independents seats going towards Labor. But I think you'll see more independence than what they've called.
Gladys Liu has lost Chisholm.
Oh, interesting. I like this. I like the Liberty Network because we may have different opinions, but we all. What's the word I'm looking for?
Same goal, I guess.
We want to make Australia great, but not
Great again.
Yeah.
The thing is, all politicians want to make their country great again. It's just that Trump can't say it. Everyone else can, but Trump can't. We were just saying, Drew, that Gladys Liu has lost. No, he's not wearing his headphones. Drew, Gladys Liu has lost her seat. Chisholm has gone to Labor. I think we've lost centrist and we've lost Drew. Okay.
Well, it's just the two of us. Good.
Yes. Well, at least I haven't dropped out again. Lingiari. Okay, hang on. No. So the Greens are polling at 14% in Lingiari, which is the big Northern Territory seat. And because they're polling at 14%, it means that Labor will win on preferences.
Oh, and tell them. Completely agree. Make Australia free again.
So I've got to go and actually I've got to go and uncall Lingiari then because I had called it. I had called it as going towards Country Liberal, but
my one problem with me being a Green is you get a lot of animosity from other libertarians for being a Green. Like that's something I've noticed.
Sorry about that.
Oh, good. What are these figures?
So is it looking like a Labor majority then?
I'm not going to call it till we get figures out of Western Australia.
I think it's going to
But
be
it could be.
I think it's going to be a Labor minority, but then you have the independents that will go Labor, and I think that will make it a majority.
I feel like Chink Hugo. I need to start screaming.
Hey, it could be worse.
We have very, very early figures from Durack, 0.53% counted centrist.
Durack? Oh, wow, really?
Durack. And it'll be
It's
Liberal.
like the biggest one.
But it's 0.53 counted.
Yeah.
So very, very small.
What's the New South Wales Senate looking like?
Give me one moment. I'll pull up that now. I changed tab. I'm hoping we don't have Labor ahead again there. It looks like. No. So Liberals at 2.7, Labor 1.7. Then Greens at 0.8, Paulie Hanson 0.3, UAP 0.
Greens are third in the Senate in
Greens
New
are third
South
in
Wales.
Senate.
That doesn't normally happen in the New South Wales
No.
state.
Oh, sorry. I'm looking at Victoria. Hang on, my bad. I clicked in the wrong state. I was like, did we discuss? Yeah, no, that's my bad.
I was thinking talking about New South Wales. I'm going, wait, what? Green's third?
Greens are still third.
What? How?
So the LNP is at 0.7. Sorry, 2.7. So 2.7 for the LNP, 1.9 for Labor, 0.8 for the Greens, 0.35 for Pauline Hanson, UAP at 0.24, SFFP 0.2, Legalise Cannabis 0.2, Animal Justice Party 0.14, Lib Dem 0.114 or 1.38. So Lib Dems are doing. So is that Roddick?
Yeah.
Centrist?
Yeah, that'd be him.
Yes.
Because I ticked the box.
Any chance of getting Kate on it all? Centrist?
Oh. I was positive for a while. Yeah, I'm not so positive.
Drew, I was saying that Gladys Lewis lost Chisholm.
Right.
It's
Okay.
gone to Labor.
She's old.
I've noticed centrist demeanor has changed.
I know. I'm going to do a
I
Shank
was
Yeager.
Hey, it's interest. Take a shot every time a Lib Dem loses a seat. Loses it's electorate.
I'm feeling through 6, so we'll get there. Well,
Independent.
four more.
McKellar's really close. McKellar will come down to preferences at this rate.
I really do think, guys, the white pill is that we don't have an effective leader selling us freedom, right? And selling us.
But that's bad.
No, that's what I'm saying. That is what's going to come in the future, right?
No,
That's
they're
how
selling it.
we
They're
get out of
selling us. They're selling us that off-brand freedom they got at the reject shop for $2.
Yeah. We don't have the persuasive leadership that we need to be able to.
No, what
get-
it means is that in order to achieve what you're talking about, it needs to come via means that are not democratically.
I think I agree.
You've always got to fight with it.
I agree because it's difficult because we don't have a system that can enable a Trump-like figure to come up without the parliamentary system to come out as a sort of singular force to be able to lead the conversation.
I know who I'd want if we were picking Trump-like figures in our parliament to be Prime Minister. Katter.
On first preferences, Gladys Liu has had an 8.5% swing against her. 8.5% swing against Gladys Liu.
Yeah, first Gladys Liu, that's right.
And a 7% swing towards Labor on preferences. So that's the prominent Liberal gone.
Arabian. Thank you.
Hang on.
3D printer go burr.
Who is Bob Brown?
Let's see how Drew's going. Drew Pavlo, not you, Drew.
I was thinking of a hypothetical. How would the Greens be doing with the libertarian vote of Bob Brown maintaining control of the party to this day? That would be a widely different Greens party, metro-wise.
Drew is second last.
Oh wow! Yeah, but it's always expected though. Like it's a hard. Like I don't think anyone realizes when you go to a polling booth, there's like thousands and thousands of dollars worth of signs up.
Oh, yeah.
Like, and that's Liberals and Labor. Like, so so much money is thrown at this.
He beat one party, the New Liberals.
The New Liberals?
Oh,
There's a party called the New Liberals.
Yeah, no, we have to change our name, but they don't have to change theirs. That's funny.
Yeah.
Reason beat Drew.
Oh wow! In Queensland.
Yeah,
Oh,
they're
wow.
third last. Reason: a Victorian party beat Drew, a Brisbane
How?
local.
Also, Reason used to be
don't know.
good, but they went way off into the deep end in the last couple of years.
A lot of petroleum. Oh, I've just dropped it. A lot of petroleum-based green sun, says Leadville.
Yeah, I did
Good.
say that. Yay, fossil fuels.
Yeah.
So lots and lots of bad. The Greens are now third in Queensland.
What is this? The
So they're gonna
Twilight
be-
Zone?
So we're actually depending on how things go, Pauline Hanson could look. Pauline Hanson could lose her seat.
No!
So
No, we need her. We need her in
We
Black
can't-
Cat for
can't
memes.
We can't
Going-
lose that.
going on figures we have now.
Pauline is an
James-
institute.
Yeah, she is an institution.
She's an Australian icon.
Pauline Hanson might lose a seat.
How?
I don't know what seat she's in.
Queensland Senate. Queensland Senate.
She's Senate. Queensland.
I am the Senate. But Pauline Hanson saying it.
Yeah. She should have done that. That would have been amazing.
And she's wearing a
Should've-
burqa.
After
Yeah.
all that stuff.
So on our current figures in Queensland, it is 2 Liberal, 2 Labor, 1 Greens, 1 One Nation in the upper house in Queensland. And then
the UAP
legal-
thought they really got some.
Legalized cannabis is the next. So they're climbing up the ranks. They could beat Labor for that last seat. So currently it's Labor and legalized cannabis fighting for that last seat. The good news is that Greens
Good news?
thought they'd get 2 seats. The Greens thought they'd get 2 seats, and they didn't. They only got 1. That's the good news.
There's
Yeah.
good news? You've got good news. Okay.
Also, it looks like
I'm going to Texas. I'm out. See you guys.
it looks like Labor's going to win Boothby.
Oh God.
Boothby.
Yep, in South Australia, Anthony Green said the Labor's going to win Boothby.
I want to check those figures myself.
Even Texas has Austin, right? So they've got
Yeah,
their.
but
Oh
I'm
God, no,
going-
no.
No, he's
San Antonio.
Anthony Green.
yeah.
As always, Anthony Green is correct. Boothby has gone Labor.
And
It's looking like a majority.
and then and he's predicting Stewart will go to
Sturt?
Yeah, Sturt. Sorry, I'm right.
Sturt. Added an A.
We've got Chisholm.
He's added a
Stewart.
syllable.
I'm sorry, I'm just out. I'm tired, man.
Too many billies, mate.
What were you saying, sorry?
It looks like Sturt's going to go to Labor, according to Anthony Green.
Sturt.
Mm-hmm.
It's too close to call.
He's saying probably by preferences they'll win.
By preferences, they will, yes. Because Greens
Green's just
Green's got 18% in Sturt.
You don't know what Clive spent on the campaign. Too much by the looks of it.
Green's
A
got
lot.
7. So Greens are currently at 17% in Boothby.
how's that possible?
The entirety of Adelaide has gone Labor. The
Oh,
only
fuck
seat,
no.
the only
You know
seat
the
left
weird-
is Sturt, which will go Labor on preferences.
It is so weird because, like, where we were, like, I can only talk about the area I was in, but like, we didn't even have Greens how to like vote or anything. Like, we only saw one Greens person who rocked up once and only for a couple of hours, and that was it. So, like, I saw no Greens representation at all where I was. So it's insane seeing how much they've pulled, which is good for them, but that's just insane.
Do we know what WA currently has in terms of its makeup of red versus blue? Is it
Federally,
Mostly red.
liberal. No,
Mostly red.
federally
So you
liberal.
mostly blue, yeah. Mostly blue.
Yeah, state, is red, Liberal for Fed. And we have a habit of voting the opposite of what's in.
Right.
Typically, we don't usually have the same top and
Yeah,
bottom.
no,
But this, I'm not so confident going in now.
But we haven't even seen votes from WA at all, right? Nothing yet.
I think we saw one in, what would you say, Durack had counted a little bit.
O'Connor
but,
and Durack, which are both Liberal.
Yeah.
They're
Durack's
regional. They're going to be Liberal
Durack's
anyway.
country, yeah.
They were already going to go. They were already going to go Liberal.
I will say, though, the one thing we do have going in the Lib Dems' favour, if we've got anything, is that the West Australian police and the paper did a map showing all the shooters' houses, like the people who own guns on the West Australian, and you could pinpoint who had guns. So a lot of the shooters, because we don't have the shooter farmer fisher party, shooters, farmers, fishers, they are voting Lib Dems in the upcoming election. So fingers crossed that Kate might sneak in based on the back of those guys who did seem to do pretty well back in the day. So
yeah, I'm gonna go see the Greens vote in Canberra.
that's a good idea because that's like their.
Because remember, as I said, the Greens picked up 8 seats in the lower house in their state in the territory level election that they had during COVID. The Greens picked up 4 from each side. So I'm going to see where Greens preferences are going. What seat is Canberra? Canberra. Seat of Canberra. That makes sense.
Fremantle's got some in. It's not even 1%, but it's ALP.
Weren't they already Labor?
Yeah, they would have been. I would have said Fremantle was Greens, but
Yeah, Lead Pill's right. I do think Greens have a good chance of taking Canberra.
Depends on preferences. I'm getting those figures up now.
Oh, Greens have taken Griffith as well, by the looks of it.
What?
Yeah.
Oh, cool. Well,
That's
interesting.
right,
Anyway.
So the way you said "what" just then reminded me of the bridge keeper from Monty Python: The Holy Grail.
What is your favorite?
Is your name?
McKellar's too
What
close to
is your
full.
favorite color?
Like, I don't want Greens to win on every seat. I just want.
We don't need Haslock.
I don't want any party to have a majority because I feel like it's fucking stupid.
Yeah, Griffith has gone Greens.
Yeah, as I said a minute ago.
What's that
Yeah, but I'm
making
looking
now?
at
4?
preferences now. It's Greens.
Oh, Haslock is swinging Labor too.
Metropolitan
The good
Greens,
news: Rob McMullen,
Metropolitan Greens.
2.5% of the vote. He had a swing towards him.
Oh, he's picked up a little bit at least. He hasn't
There are no
messaged me
Lib
back,
Dems in
so I don't know
Griffith.
if we can get him on. He hasn't messaged back yet.
So you have a 10% swing against the Liberal candidate and a 3% swing against the Labor candidate, which is enough for Greens to win. Greens, 11.2% swing towards them.
Greens are in the lead in Richmond.
We thought it was going to swing to Labor. It's swinging all the way to Greens.
They've got the lead in Richmond? Holy hell, I wouldn't have bet
Oh,
on
no,
that.
bogans? See, for real?
How is the Chinese Communist Party going in this election? Does anyone have any results?
No
anyone
matter who
have
wins,
any-
they win. No matter who wins, I already own your soul.
Jesus.
And now we're cancelled.
Yeah.
Yeah, if we just got bombed. Forget the swearing. Someone did something.
End stream.
And just so everyone knows, that's the Greens.
This is a
guy
Greens.
doing that.
Yeah, this is the Greens voter. The Greens voter.
I'm Greens. That means I get the free pass.
That guy.
Oh, fuck political correctness.
Why
This
did
is
you
why
go
you're in the
Greens?
Liberty Network. Now I get it.
He's secretly a white supremacist.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah.
God, I don't know how many times.
Yeah, I'm the guy. Who left the back door open? That's how I got in. like I'm hiding.
Hey, anyway, what's CA? Just a question. In South Australia, what's CA? Is that the Christian Party?
God,
CA?
let's hope.
No,
Any
Central
sign of an
Alliance.
independent
Central
making a
Alliance,
dent in Victoria?
Central Alliance.
Yeah, apologies. They look like they've got the Mayo in South Australia. And they've
Central-
had
they already had
as
that.
well.
That was already them. That was already theirs.
Yeah, Centre Alliance is kind of a weird party because they're kind of in the middle. You never know how they'll go.
God, Melbourne, the Greens have just romped it in.
Richmond.
They're at
Greens
75. They're at 75% in Melbourne.
Yeah,
It's
that's
so
Adam Band's seat.
insane.
He's held it since Adam Band has held that seat since 2010.
It's just so insane, though, the amount of.
How is there anyone in there? I thought the Melbourne City was like dead. No one was there anymore.
They literally locked people in their houses for a year, and these people are just like, "Yeah,
We want more.
govern me harder, Daddy. Govern me
Oh
harder."
my God.
Yeah, they're probably the leftovers from the USSR who fled to Australia when the wall fell.
We're getting cancelled because of the Greens guy.
That'd be something to put on Twitter. We got cancelled
Right.
because of...
We're having a talk after this.
No, you just imagine putting that Twitter. Liberty Network got cancel cultured because of the Greens guy.
To answer your question, to Helen, independents, yes, but they're Greens and left wing. So, is it really good news? Yeah, I'm sorry. I wasn't expecting Greens to do this well.
Oh, Led's got a good point there. A lot of people left Victoria. Like, a lot of people.
Yeah, that's
the
part of the,
Queensland.
that's the part of the problem, isn't it? That a lot of people who would have voted Blue or Freedom definitely left Melbourne,
Which is why, well, it's
abandoning
probably...
it to the green-haired bunch.
No, it's not green. It's Listerine blue. You got to get it right.
I am uncalling Richmond because news.com is saying Labor retains
Bloody
votes,
Murdoch.
but I doubt it considering the fact that the Greens have the most votes of any individual candidate. Greens are winning on first preferences. And yet news.com is saying Labor will win it.
How do the Greens win in Richmond? That's weird.
Richmond
Richmond's not rural.
Richmond is Lower Gold Coast. That's Tweed Heads.
Oh, sorry.
And
I
South.
was thinking Melbourne, Richmond. I'm like inner city Bogan. What are you talking about?
No. This is the New South Wales part of the Gold Coast. It was Labor.
But the Greens got it now.
Looks like I'm moving
Potentially.
to Puerto Rico. Yeah, sounds good.
Telling you, Tasmania, Free State Project.
I don't think it's going to be free.
They are pretty blue, aren't they, Tasmania?
No, they're going red.
They're minority.
So at a state level, it is, from memory, 13 Liberal, 9 Labor, 2 Greens. No, that's incorrect. 13 Liberal, 13 Liberal, 9 Labor, 2 Greens.
So it's
25.
kind of it's balanced.
It's a bare majority Liberal. That's at a state level. At a federal level, it is currently looking at potentially 2 Liberal, 1 Labor, 1 Independent, which is Wilkie, who's been there for a long time. And then the last seat, we don't know. The last seat is Lions. We don't know for that one yet.
Wilkie is a bit of a mixed bag. He's definitely good on Assange and freedom of the press. Given he was a leaker of sorts from memory back in the day, he came from the intelligence ages. I want to say, sort of broke free of that.
Take me with you. I'll hide in your luggage.
Puerto Rico, Florida, Texas.
No, not Texas.
No,
That's
Texas
where-
is going blue.
Yeah, that's
Because
where the
Californians are
Californians
fleeing
are. Yeah, so no Texas.
It almost went
I-
blue at the last US election.
Texas will go yellow.
Yeah, I don't know about
Texas
blue. I
will
think
go
they'll murder each other before they go blue.
They'll go yellow, mate.
No, they
I
won't.
think there'll be a civil war before Texas
This
is
is-
overtaken
this
by
is
the blue-haired bunch.
Centrist, didn't you predict that it would have Limbrick as
Shut up.
senator from Victoria?
I thought he was a shoo-in.
No!
I believed you, centrist. I believed
I
that.
did too.
You gave me hope. You gave me hope that there was going to be.
Who are they voting for in the Liberal Party? There's like no one there. Like, how are Liberals even getting votes? Like, there's no
They're
one.
voting-
Like,
they're
who's the
voting for
leader? What's
douchebag.
his name? Get out.
They're voting for douchebag. 4 more years of douchebag.
Yeah, but didn't that Matthew guy leave or whatever? What's his name? Matthew Guy.
Matthew Guy, the leader of
They
Liberals.
hated him. They hated him.
Another independent. They're calling Wentworth for independence. It
How many
was
is that?
Liberal.
It's
That
rigged.
was Dave
It's
Sharma.
rigged.
So that was Turnbull's seat. Then I went to Karen Phelps. Then back to who's independent. Then to Dave Sharma, who's Liberal, who won at the last election. And then now it's gone to independent again. And then the seat of McKellar. So there's 3 in a row. There's McKellar, then North Sydney, then Wentworth. The bottom 2, North Sydney, Wentworth, have gone independent. McKellar, it's a difference of 400 votes between Liberal and Independent. Independent coming second.
Not much, but is it?
But Labor at 8%, Greens at 6%. So preferences, the Independent wins. Yeah, so
ALP
okay.
just got to 66.
Independent has won another. So there were 4 No. So there were 4 independents in a little. So there's 3 in a row, and the one to the west of them is. So yeah, you got McKellar, Warringah, North Sydney, Wentworth, and they've called and Warringah is Zali Stiegel's seat. She's retained it.
It's fucking rigged. I don't care. I'll just call it anyway.
So that means you're looking at 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
I'm going to check the box results again. I haven't checked it in a while. Let's see how it's going.
7, 8. 8 independents. The original.
Who are Liberals? Labor, though, aren't they? Are we talking Teals here?
Yeah, so you have the original 2. So we, Helen Haynes and Wilkie. Hang on, I want to get the list of people who were. Give me a second. I'll get the list of Teal, Teal independents up. Teal.
Sunburnt for nothing.
At least-
Hell. I hope WA goes the way I need it to.
At least you tried, right?
I tried. I did everything I could.
I did everything I could for. My
So
thing was
the
just
official.
to get people to research crap.
So the official Teal independents were Alex Dyson, Allegra Spender, Monique Ryan.
Alex Dyson ran. Like the old Triple J presenter.
Really?
What? For real?
I didn't know
Yeah.
that.
No, did I?
What party was he
Yeah,
for?
he's independent. He's Teal independent.
Oh, we're doomed.
You're a corporate sellout.
He worked for Triple J. Of course, he's a corporate sellout.
So there are 5. There are 5 Teal independents. I'm trying to find where all their seats are. I'll work out. We've definitely got 2 that are in. Wentworth and Kooyong. Warringah. So that's 3. So I'm going to check Wenonah and Curtin to get those other 2 for you. But we're currently looking at 6 Teal independents for a total of 8.
this just breaking. ALN is organising a GoFundMe to get everybody out of Australia. Americans, we need your help.
And so with those 6 independents, we're looking at a total of 8, potentially up to 10.
Yeah, I was thinking we get a double digits. I was being optimistic with 20. I just wanted 20.
Well, there are 22 candidates that are being funded by Climate 200, which is Simon A. Court's organization. So he was funding 22, but those are the main ones that I've already listed.
So we might end up with double digits. If we get double digits independence, that'd probably be the first time ever that's happened.
Yes, yeah, that is.
T-Hillen's 29's put on, which major party will terrorise Australia the most? To be honest, they're both the same. If we're being honest, they're both the same. There's not much difference.
The difference is one is fascist, the other is communist. Take your poison.
Well, I don't know.
I would argue the blue team didn't stand up. They just didn't actually stand for anything. When the state red teams were crushing people beneath the boot, the blue team at the federal level didn't even say a word, and that was their big failing.
That's also because they support the digital identity framework. So the stuff that Majid Nawaz has been talking about in the UK is actually already in place here. It's all in place. Everything is set up. It doesn't matter which major party got in. This stuff is coming. So at the end of the day, I was really hoping for the hung parliament just to stop it, but it looks like I was wrong.
Anthony Green is covering the Western Australia stuff right now.
5.5% counted. They're seeing a 10% swing away from Liberal National Party.
I am not surprised, considering there was in the upper house a 19.something% swing towards Labor at the state level.
So Labor was going to win this because it's WA.
Yeah,
I was hoping there'd be pushback because a lot of people got angry at Matt McGowan.
Yeah. We were hoping for the same thing in Victoria too. Doesn't seem to have manifested.
I'm just going to say one thing. Anthony Green just showed.
For real.
Anthony Green just said that Labor has 69 seats.
Nice. And that means that they've got more than they had before the election, just 68.
Yeah, that's all they wrote.
The figures. I have the figures for Wenon. So Wenon is an electorate, is a division in Victoria. It is Dan Tehan's seat. He's the former Minister for Trade and Tourism. And so he's at 44% right now on first preferences. That's a swing against him of 7%. Alex Dyson is sitting at 20%.
If he gets into politics, I swear to God.
So if he can get carried by preferences from the Greens and Labor, and he'd win. So it's a long shot, but if he can get preferences from Greens and Labor, he's won.
I was going to ask you, guys, what did you think of that meme I posted in Liberty Network on Thursday?
Which one was that?
The ScoMo. There's a little boy in the hospital who wants us to win this election.
Oh, yeah.
I know because I crippled him with myself. That meme was great. But I'm very anti-cancel culture and political correctness, and I'm very libertarian. I'm just an environmentalist. But that's my one, and I'm very pro First Nation rights, which Stuart can tell you about.
Yeah, well, I'm the same.
That's one of the main reasons I voted Green, because they actually had a plan for it.
Unlike the ones.
Rita Panahi from News Corp has tweeted, "A conservative party with no conservative principles deserves to lose."
It's not bloody wrong.
Forget conservatism, man. Libertarianism is the problem. We're lacking. Both the Liberals and Labor are fucking the same, man, with this authoritarian bullshit.
Well, you know,
You want to know why? Elections work
Oh,
people
really?
who are collectivist. Libertarians are individualist.
like
We're
for
working
instance,
working in a
There-
system that's built against us.
like if
There-
all the
there was
libertarian
a-
parties were together, we'd stand a chance.
There was a
They
very
aren't
good
good
argument.
libertarians.
I know,
It
but
was a
that's the
very-
problem.
There's a very good argument for conservatism, and this is coming from someone who's never voted conservative in their life. That the housing crisis is emblematic of the problem that we have. If the young people have nothing to conserve, i.e., they can't buy a house, then why would they vote conservative, or why would they be conservative? They've got nothing to conserve, right? So this is where we are. And
Okay, so
you know,
the fifth.
now Labor's going to buy our houses for us, and the state will own them. So it'll be great.
Only 10,000 lucky people, but only 10,000.
Today on the
Yes.
USSR News.
It's not means tested either.
Today on the Communist Australian News, the Australian House Lottery, which lucky comrades will win a house that is state-owned forever.
So the
You
fifth,
voted
most
Greens.
unusual
You
Greens.
voted Greens.
Hey, I did it for First Nation rights. If the Libertarian Party said First Nation rights on their thing as an actual policy, I would have voted for that.
We were just hoping to save the nation, full stop. We can work on the First Nations after we save it. But-
Have you ever heard the watermelon? The phrase watermelon? That's what a Greens is. Green on the outside, red on the inside.
so the fifth Teal Independent is running in Curtin.
Ah,
Oh, for real? We did
So
have
that's
one.
Perth.
Yeah.
That's Perth, and
Hello.
she's winning.
Oh, God sakes.
dun,
So
dun, dun,
that's
dun, dun,
Celia
dun,
Hammond's
dun,
seat.
dun.
So that's
Why is-
Celia Hammond's seat, and we're seeing a swing of. Actually, I can't give you a swing because she's independent. It's the first time running, so it's 51.78%.
I've got a request.
Essentially.
Whenever Albert does his first acceptance speech, someone please get the audio and put the Imperial March over it.
Why is Christina Kennelly on my TV? Get off my TV.
What the frick?
She's
So,
the most unlikable person ever.
So, Centrist, I've got those figures from Curtin for you. The sitting MP, a 14.5% swing against them in Curtin, and that means that even though, Hammond is sitting at 36%. The Independent, Kate Cheney, is sitting at 29%. But preferences mean that she'll probably win.
ALP's on 72 now.
Because that's only 72.
Oy vey.
It's over.
Yeah.
I will
Now
call it within the next 15 minutes, probably myself.
Now, like Labor's won. We just need to know the amount.
Yeah.
How bad.
It was Labor. I'm just waiting. I want to wait like 15, 20 minutes to find out your to get more figures from WA that are more reliable. But it's Labor.
And you also want to see more finalized figures from the marginal independent seats.
Yeah, well, I want to give it a while for Western Australia to get their votes in. I'm
Let
going to
Pil-
run over all of my figures.
Lead Pilled makes a very astute comment. Get in the pod and eat the bugs.
Eat the bugs.
But I like bugs. They're crunchy and munchy.
Oh. Well, anyway, guys, I'll be back in a sec. I'm going to get some more drinks because I need them.
Get some bugs while you're there.
Yeah, put some
I
out.
prefer
For me. I'll be
mushrooms.
there soon. And they're psychedelic. Mm. I think I'm the nuts one.
I think you're right.
we're going to line up tomorrow for our monkeypox vaccine, right?
Yep.
Screw vaccine mandates.
It's compulsory now.
Yes,
As a good
become
citizen of the new republic, you will your
republic. No, it's new federal constitution enclave of freedom. You need to learn how it has to be the most propaganda sounding bullshit you can think of.
Maybe we'll get lucky and Albo will stand up for Julian Assange.
That's not. Nah, this is more likely the Liam Democrats winning the whole damn thing right now than that happening.
See, that's the thing. Where was the Liberals and Scott Morrison on stuff like that, standing up for freedom of the press?
Well,
They
they're military protectionists, remember? So
Yeah.
military-wise, they do whatever the hell the US says.
So do I.
Well,
they do the CCP's bidding.
Yeah, it's just different countries.
So
America-
in the seat, in the last seat to call. So there are a couple of seats that are left to call in Queensland. Those are the seat of Dixon, which I'm happy to call for Liberals. Blair, which looks like it'll probably be Labor. And so the final seat there is the seat of Brisbane, which is Trevor Evans' seat, Liberal. Greens are coming in second on first preferences alone. So that means that that'll be a Labor.
This is bullshit. Sorry.
So there will be 3 Green seats in Brisbane. There will be more Green seats in Brisbane than Melbourne.
How the fuck?
All right, some fuckery's going on. One nation.
So
One
about
nation.
moving to Queensland to escape tyranny.
In Hasluck, One Nation has 4.1% of the vote. The guy doesn't even live here. He's a blow-in from miles away, and he barely had any representation at all in the whole of the Hasluck. And he's got 4.1% of the vote.
Yeah, that's sus.
I call bullshit.
Also, you shouldn't you shouldn't be allowed to run in an electorate unless you live in the electorate.
Yeah, he's not from here, man. He was a paper.
Tiger.
Even Mariana and Pauline Clark from Federation and West Australian Party would be above One Nation. I saw one Nation voter the whole time I was at pre-poll and stuff, and he had the hat. That's the only reason I knew he was voting One Nation. But
Okay, I have a question for everyone. So the seat of Flynn in Queensland, it's above Brisbane, Sunshine Coast, but like in that area, Rockhampton. So it's sitting at 32.5% Liberal, 38% Labor, but 11% One Nation. Do we think that'll go as Liberal or Labor?
Probably Liberal.
On preferences. The sitting MP is Liberal, I'm pretty sure. So will One Nation preference Liberal or Labor there?
They usually preference Liberal from what I remember. So
Yeah,
I'd go for Liberal.
there's no way the Greens have polled that high in Hasluck.
The Greens.
They are at 12.2% in Hasluck, which is ridiculous because there was no one. Like no one at the Greens at any of the pre-poll I was at. Not one Greens person. They barely had anyone anywhere.
Who's the candidate?
Brendan Struckey? No, Sturkey. Sorry, Brendan. Brendan Sturkey. But that's insane. And then, like I said, Ian Monk, who's a blow-in for One Nation. It's pretty interesting considering Will Scott. I honestly thought Will Scott, his ground game and the people who were running it were prolific, man. I thought they would get a lot more than what they're sitting at the moment. Sorry, Steve, I didn't do enough work. You're at the bottom.
With the exception of, you were there for 2 weeks. With the exception of the seat of Tangi, where we have basically no figures yet, and the seat of Curtin should go Liberal, or should go the Independent. All of Perth is Labor.
Just Labor. It's ridiculous. It's scary as fuck, man. I need to get out.
I told you that they're going to go the same way as they did at a state level. It's going to be Labor.
Well, I, for one, welcome our new overlord, ZZP. Oh, that's insane, man.
Right.
I did not see that on the ground. There was not that much movement for Labor. I swear to God. Where I was, there was nah.
I have a question. Is this? I just put a GIF in Liberty Network. Is this all of us right now?
Hold up.
Yes. I understand. You did bring it up. So that's me, right?
I am.
Krusty wants out. That's all of us right
I just don't have as much hair as him, unfortunately.
Wait for it to load. There we go.
Thank you, NBN.
Government incentives. Help us out.
Just banging on the thing.
McKellar is still too close to tell. Yeah, McKellar. I'm going to say McKellar goes Independent because the gap is narrowing, and there's still a lot of the vote to count.
I really did not see that coming with the Greens.
We could have 5 TL independents in Sydney,
Holy shit!
and 3 Greens in Brisbane, and 2 Greens and 2 independents in Melbourne, and all of Labor in Perth.
Well, boys, it was nice knowing you. I'll see you in the gulag.
The Greens have 61% of the vote in Griffith.
This is insane.
How the 61% preferences? 61% for Green.
There's some shenanigans going on. I'll say it
Yeah,
before we get dropped by YouTube.
Something weird's going on, and I'm a green YouTube. It's okay.
Thank you. Even the Greens are like, nah, this ain't right. Something's going on here.
With regard to Melbourne, Drew, McNamara, which I had called for Greens earlier, the Greens are coming in second, so it's 31.5% to Greens, 32% to Labor, and then Liberals are 27.5%. You're the person who's in Melbourne. Do you think that those Liberal votes will go to Labor or to Greens? Because that's
In terms of the
wins. In terms of preferences.
Labor or the Greens?
So will Liberals preference Labor or Greens? Because it'll come down to Liberals, Labor, and Greens. Liberals are the lowest of the 3. Therefore, they're knocked out, and their preferences get given to Labor or Greens based on how the voters voted. Do you think that those voters will vote more for Labor or more for Greens?
I'm going to suggest it's Labor, not Greens.
Then Labor wins.
Yeah, because there's no way Liberal Party would preference Greens ever.
No,
Well,
it's not their style.
Well, Frydenberg's gone as well.
Yeah, well, good.
What is this?
I'm not going to call that yet either.
Renewal.
But
Renewal come out. This is the purge of the MP bourgeoisie.
There is a 1% difference between Monique Ryan and Josh Frydenberg, but Labor is sitting at 7%, and the Greens at 6%. So their preferences, they will preference Monique Ryan. So Josh Frydenberg loses. I'm calling it him losing.
You know what?
How much of the Liberal cabinet's left?
You would have to question anybody continuing on in the Liberal Party at a federal level after a loss. Given what we've gone through with COVID and everything, like, why would you want to be in opposition? It's just be like, I'm done.
Just merge.
Well, to be honest, it's going to be pretty easy. No, don't put people in gulags. That's all you have to do. Simple. Opposition parties, easy.
You just say you'll do the opposite of what the government does.
Yeah.
That's how
Do
you play
not
opposition.
abuse human rights. Oh, here we go.
When they own your house, the gulag is your house.
We would install
The
a
gulag.
freezer out the back.
The gulag comes to you.
Oh, well, lucky it's just around the corner from my place. So if they ever finish it, typical government project.
Don't worry, the gulag is padded and has nice rainbow flag everywhere, comrade.
Zio, Hunter is going to go to Labour.
Wow.
So the Nationals lose a seat.
I didn't expect them to lose Hunter. That's a heavy national seat.
It's 38.5% Labour, 26% Liberal. Sorry, 26% Nationals. Now, Nationals could get votes from One Nation, which is at 10.75%.
And United Australia.
Which is only at 4%. But Greens are at 9%. And then the independents are at 8% combined. And they will preference Labor over Nationals, which means that Labor wins Hunter.
That's gonna rock the national vote.
Oh, stuff.
According to the wiki article for the 2022 election, 41% of the vote has been counted.
So that's almost all of the votes from today.
Yeah, so they basically nearly know the result. We can do
the independent in McKellar, Sarah Scamps, is basically guaranteed to win. She's only just behind the Liberal by a couple hundred votes, and then you've got 8% Labor and 6% Greens. That preference the independent wins. So that's 5 teal independents.
the Greens just got
in New South
Ryan.
Wales.
Anthony Green just called Ryan for the Greens.
I already called Ryan. I already called Ryan for the Greens.
And he called it.
I'm volunteering to work in the board of disinformation.
What were you saying, sorry, Zio?
I was talking with Hunter. Hunter's one of the 3 national seats that was considered incredibly safe after Tamworth and Parks, like in that area. So them losing Hunter is going to cause some problems with the National Party. Because whenever a national loses a seat, it's hard for them to get the seat back.
I hope to let you guys know, I just looked up some boat sales in case you want to leave. Everything is inquiring for price. So obviously they're watching the election, anticipating a bunch of people jumping on boats and leaving. Sorry, Rowan, no, it doesn't look like a hung parliament. Well, it depends. Teal, pretty much Labor, so not really.
Senate's not looking great either.
No, it's looking terrible.
This is gonna be the reverse Menzies government, isn't it?
Oh, dude, we're in for some shit.
Is that how it's looking? Liberty, basically the Menzies government, but instead of Liberal, it's Labor.
Well, I think Menzies was the last time that we saw a party control all levels of government under Menzies.
So we're gonna have that, but with the Labor Party. Great. I hate those kind of governments. No party should have majority control of everything. It ruins the country no matter who's in charge. I can hear my dad yelling gay because Greens are winning seats, and he's just saying, fuck the Liberals. He hates the Liberals. Can't blame him that they cheated him out of a farm.
Oh, that'll definitely sway your vote.
So he's never going to vote Liberal. He fucked his life over, so he's not going to vote for him. Can't blame the man.
Well, I think my prediction has kind of come true. It's been pretty emphatic. I mean, we're 3.5 hours down, so it's not early. I guess it's pretty early, right?
We'll keep. Well, let's keep going. I mean, I could do this.
You all y'all predicted a hung parliament and a sort of slow burn, but I think it's been pretty emphatic and pretty quick. I think
I didn't expect the Greens to do this well. I thought they'd get like 2 or 3 seats, not that. I was expecting them to get maybe 1 or 2 seats out of all of government, not just grabbing pieces of pie everywhere.
I've swung between 75 and 80% and 80 seats for Labour the whole time, but yeah, I didn't expect the independents to do this well.
And they're already at 9. They could end up with. You could end up with double-digit independents without counting the Greens at all as other parties. Oh, the Nationals are going to shoot themselves after this.
Well, at least they got their guns.
Well, even if Nationals win every seat that's left, they'll only tie with Labour.
I'm looking at the WA Senate count so far. Kate, what happened? She was at nearly 4%. Now she's at 3.1 by the looks of it. I don't know how many votes have come in. Great Australian Party's at 0.2. The amount of people who vote Liberal and Labor at number 1 is still insane.
I hate
people. It is, isn't it? Like, let's move to a multi-party system.
It just does my head in.
Yeah.
Like you should preference out of the main 2 down at the bottom. Which one you pick at the end? Not the major one at the start, because I put Labour at 8 and National at 9, but I put all the other ones before it because I didn't want the major party just to automatically get my vote. Because I'm guessing there's a lot of donkey votes and people just walking in and ticking the Labour or Liberal vote.
So the National in the Senate is looking like Liberal LNC they've won 10 and they've got 3 likely, whereas Labor's got 7 with 4 likely. So what happens? All right. So what happens if it's a Labor majority or with the Teals in the lower house, but Liberals in the Senate? What are we looking at?
You know
What's going to happen?
We can have Whitlam round 2.
Oh, no.
So for the Americans who watch this later, or for people who don't know what happened there, basically the Liberals controlled the Senate. So it was 30-30 at the time because the territories had no one, and it was 10 senators per state, so that's 30-30. So basically everything got blocked that went through because the Whitlam government controlled the lower house, and everything that got blocked that went through. And then you had a Labor senator from Queensland resigned that was replaced by a Liberal by the state government against. So policy is that if someone resigns, they get replaced by someone from the same party. The problem is that state governors call Senate elections, not the Governor General. So therefore, the state governors appoint replacements. The state governor in Queensland was Bjelke Petersen's governor, so appointed a Liberal instead. So he ended up with the Liberals blocking everything that went through. Labor government became unpopular. They called an election to try and resolve the problem in the upper house and made it worse. And so then basically the Liberal Malcolm Fraser, opposition leader, said to the Governor General that basically, make me Prime Minister, and we'll put the bills through. The problem was that the Liberals are blocking what's called supply bills. So these are bills that originate in the lower house, and then they involve for government spending. So they have to come from the lower house, and the Senate can only reject or accept them. It's the Liberal-controlled Senate just kept rejecting them every time.
Oh, I know how to sum this up easily. Has anyone seen Revenge of the Sith?
Yep.
The Jedi eggs go off Whifflem, and Palpatine is the Emperor. The Liberals are the Emperor. I am the Sith.
So you ended up having the Liberals win, basically.
Yeah.
Despite
The
later
Parliament-
lower, because the Governor General can appoint the Prime Minister, and even though it's constitutional convention, unwritten law, that the Governor General appoints the leader of the biggest party in the lower house, because it's like in the Constitution, the Governor General just ignored it and appointed someone else instead.
Well,
So we could say that again. I definitely could.
I'm just laughing. The Parliament will decide your fate. I am the Senate.
I am the Parliament in this case.
Yeah. Poor Parliament. Like the Gough Whitlam thing, I don't care who you're on. That was complete bullcrap.
You need to do some back stretches while you're there,
Yeah,
Centrist.
My back is
You're gonna-
knackered.
You're going to be
Yeah,
sore
no.
tomorrow from sitting on the floor all day.
Oh,
Hey.
it's been 2 weeks. 2 weeks of standing around talking to people.
You got a beanbag?
Nah.
Yeah,
but I've got arthritis in the spine and a couple of bulging discs, so
Old
they
age.
Oh,
shake me up a bit, which is always fun.
Can't
off the
relate, hey
floor.
Zaya. Can't relate.
Get off the... Western Australia, I've seen multiple swings of double digits in Western Australia away from the
Holy-
libs.
The
Yeah.
Liberals.
We are a bunch
dying.
of morons over here.
So if I count what I've got confirmed right now, and then I'll let you know the scores, I'm going to count everything.
God, we're idiots.
It kind of makes sense, though, when you think about it, how much compliance has been fostered in the communities, right, with the vaccine mandates. How much people have gone and said, "Yep, I'm going to follow the group mentality. The group's made a decision, and we're just going to go together." And now this is a follow through of that, right? Where it's like, no, Up McGowan is the leader, and we just follow. We team red, and we keep going on the path that we set out on. It makes sense. That's all I'm saying. Like, one of the scariest things about the whole pandemic was the amount of cohesive thought, the lack of dissent, the way that we fostered this mentality of shared view of the world.
Hey, we could be worse. We could be New Zealand.
Well, I was actually going to say maybe New Zealand is not such a bad idea.
At least they're rebelling against it, right?
Yeah, like maybe they are the Joker in the pack, and they'll throw Jacinda out, and then because we can all go there, right? You can
Yeah.
live there.
We're
Unless
Australians.
you're double vaccinated, no. Or triple or quadruple.
Well, I mean,
If it means getting the hell out of here, jam away.
there's definitely a rebellion growing over there.
If it means getting the hell out, jam away.
I'm surprised she's hung on this long.
She has a very strong core voter base, that's the thing. And she knows how to weaponize her core voters, unlike a lot of politicians.
So one.
How the independence preference will probably decide Curtin. Independence got nearly a 30% rise in the vote in Curtin.
Curtin.
That's insane. This is the weirdest election I've lived through, to be honest.
So
Wasn't
One
expecting
Nation,
this.
One Nation has one Senate seat called for it. Is that Pauline? I'm assuming she'd be number one on the ticket, right? Or that's a different state. It could be any state, right? So how do I tell? She'd be Queensland. How do I read this? No One Nation seats in Queensland yet confirmed.
Another problem is a lot of the independents the ones that don't get anywhere, campaign on one thing. And that's a problem because most people won't vote for a party that campaigns on one thing.
Well, it's saying that the Senate in WA, Legalised Cannabis Australia, has got 2.6% of the vote at the moment.
No, I'm talking about like in the federal election.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. In the Senate.
Yeah, the Senate election. Because
They've got
people
2.6 at the moment.
That's
Yeah.
good. It's just people usually preference a party that they know more about the policies of, which is a double-edged sword because it means, sure, you know more what the party's going to do, but it usually means that the dickhead parties get more power. Look at you, Labour and Liberals. Is it wrong that I just wish they won 20 seats each? That would really rock the boat.
Have we heard from Jerry yet, Stu?
Take that as a no.
I'll take it as a no too.
I'd like to have her. We'd like to have her on.
I got a hold of Rob. He's live streaming something else at the moment. Everyone's been really busy, so it's been hard to try and catch.
I think I know what killed the United Australia Party. I think the biggest policy screw up they did was the free education thing.
Yes, fucking yes, buddy.
That killed them. It killed them because that goes directly against their voter base.
Sorry,
Yeah,
I was counting electorates. That's why I was shaking my head, but I was trying to keep count of where I was. Nothing from Jerry. Apparently, her phone's run almost flat.
I would like to.
But we will have her
sorry,
on tomorrow morning, so
Right.
I'll talk to her then.
I would like to toast to Clive Palmer's money, the amount of money that Clive has spent on this election.
He spent it so he can put it as a tax write-off, so he won't get taxed so much by Labor.
Yeah, but you know what? Though, in fairness, though, at least it's Clive's money, whereas the Liberals and the Labor Party have just claimed all that money back from the taxpayer. So
Yep.
That's true. That's a valid point.
You
Make
just
you make
paid
a
for
very
Labor
valid
and
point.
Liberal to run their election.
Which annoys the hell
You
out
can
of me.
hate Clive all you want.
Oh, it's just I hate how that. I mean, you should use government-funded money to an extent, but the campaign shouldn't be so extravagant. It should be less.
Very libertarian of you.
You know what I mean? Like you get government-funded money to get airtime on news stations and maybe travel costs if you're an MP, like that, but nothing more. You get everything else out of your own pocket. Like I think you should get airtime by the government and maybe travel costs, but anything else, pay out of your own pocket.
Spoken
Well,
like a true communist.
No, a true communist is everything goes to the government combat. What you think that the bit is yours? No, it go to government. We
Which
get
is what
back
you
after
just
we
said in a very nice way.
I agree with this. Arabian pleb and the UAP keep claiming interest rates from rising above 3% killed them. Yep, agreed.
Yep.
That's true.
I
You can't.
I told Jerry I don't agree with these policies. I told her the only reason I'm supporting you is because it's you. I'm supporting you, not the party. The party as a whole.
They killed themselves with some of the stuff they announced.
That
I
was
mean, it
what.
was the UAP, so
That was what Humphreys
Being the
was
UAP people
saying,
killed
was
them.
because they stopped halfway through their election from copying the Lib Dems and started copying the Greens.
Yeah, because
No offense to the Greens, they cut off their supporter base, who was the ones who were coming from the Liberals.
no, the thing is, you can't switch policies midway through campaigning. That's going to kill any party, regardless of what party it is.
Yep.
Because I'm sure if the UAP didn't do the free education or the interest rate thing, they probably have gotten around 8% of the vote.
Or the tax. They wanted 15% export tax on iron ore. I'm like,
Yeah, that was
guys,
stupid.
like, that's insane. That's worse than the carbon tax.
That's worse than the Greens' idea
Yeah.
on tax. It's like
At
they were
least the
trying to
Greens
lose.
are going to tax Clive, not me.
No, it's like they were trying to lose the election.
Maybe got
That-
paid off.
They were trying to appeal to everyone and ended up
Yeah.
appealing to no one.
That's what
You
it
can't
was.
win by appealing to everyone. You got to pick a base and just run with it. That's how the Greens
Yeah,
get votes.
and you got to try and convince people to come to your arguments instead of appeasing.
That's how One Nation and Greens get votes. They stick in their lane and they stay in it.
Wow.
They don't try to appeal to everybody, which was also why SA Best kind of died. Kooyong got 41% swing for independent.
Yeah, that's Frydenberg's seat.
Yeah,
I know. It's just I knew it was a big swing, but 40%. Wow.
So, Robert-
Ken.
Robert McMullen, former guest on the ALN podcast, he got 2.4% of the vote.
Wow.
Or
He
has
was looking good too.
He has currently got 2.4% of the vote.
So I stand by my claim. I think I was correct, and I think centrist and Isaiah also were, because it looks like Labour won't get a majority.
No.
What?
They are.
They
are,
won't.
but they're not.
So the way it worked is that the independents picked up seats from the Liberals, but the Greens stopped Labour from winning their seats.
So
Right.
Greens.
That means we're going to eco-terrorism.
We're going back to the Gillard government. So two seats have changed hands. Two seats in Brisbane have changed hands. Both went from Liberal to Greens.
So how many?
We got a watermelon government.
3.
So we've gone from 1 Greens, 1 Katter, 1 Central Alliance, and 3 Independents, to 3 Greens, 1 Katter, 1 Central Alliance, and 8 Independents. So an extra 5 Independents and 2 Greens, and potentially another 2 Independents. Potentially looking at gaining
Because they
like
used
10
to,
Independents. We're
used to-
potentially having like 10 Independents plus, so a crossbench of like 15 people. And that'll stop Labour from getting this, because Labour needs 9 seats, and because of the Greens and the Teal Independents, they won't get those 9. They'll get more than they had beforehand. I've got them right now sitting. I've got their seats right now. I put the wrong sign up. I've got them right now at 60. They could, not 60, 70. I think it'd be 70, not 60.
So you could end up with
They
nearly.
won't get enough.
You'll almost end up with 10 more non-major party seats in government.
Yeah,
That's insane.
we'll have the biggest crossbench we've seen in a long time. This will be the closest we've been to the first decade of Australia, where you had 3 parties: protectionist, free trade, and Labor. Protectionists became Nationals. Free trade became Liberals. But originally you had 3 parties who had to work as coalition governments, because none of them could form government on their own. It ended up having two parties after a while, but it started off with 3. Will be the closest thing we've seen to that in a long time, because you're that many independents and minor parties.
So there's still 21 seats in doubt, according to ABC's website. Labor have 71.
Labour just
and
needs 5.
I was
I'll
going
put
to
them
say,
70.
you don't think they're going to make more than 7? You don't think they're going to progress from 70, or you do think they will?
I think they'll get more, but I reckon they'll end up with like 70, 75 or so. I don't think they'll hit 76.
Right.
I could be wrong. No. I'll rephrase that. They won't get more than 78.
But that's a majority, right?
That's
That's a
a slim majority.
Yeah.
That's I definitely not get any more than that. But it is possible. I'll change that statement. It is possible, but it's not very likely. It depends on what happens with Hunter. Depending which way Hunter goes, because there are still a couple of seats there that I haven't called that will probably go Liberal.
So, do you think the Liberals could end up with around 55 at best?
Yeah, I don't. Liberals will suffer a massive landslide against them. I don't see them getting. I don't see them getting past the mid-50s.
Well, this will. We're gonna have a Menzies style Labor control of the states.
So of the seats I haven't called yet, almost half of them are half of the seats I haven't called yet are Liberal or minor party seats that'll win. Probably. My original, when we started off the campaign, I said 80, and that's obviously incorrect. I had originally said 80 seats, and obviously that's to be wrong because of the independents. If those independents weren't there, then I think you might have seen the strong Labor government, but they're going to be struggling now. They're going to have to rely on having party whips to keep all the members in check for voting. So what's the ABC figures there?
49, 71, 10. So
are they calling it at 41? What did I have written down?
49, 71.
So I've called it as like
10.
I've said like 49. I was going to say,
LNP,
hang on, how did they get 41?
LNP's just ticked over to 50.
Now 50, 71.
Who'd they
10.
call?
20 in doubt. 20 in doubt.
Who did they just call?
I don't know. Mitchell.
Mitchell? Where do I have Mitchell written? Hang on, I'll see what I have Mitchell written down as. That's New South Wales, isn't it?
Yes.
Is it a Sydney seat?
I believe so.
Yes, it is. I already had it called for Liberals, I think.
So that
I already have Mitchell called.
So they called that. So there must be a seat they called that you didn't call.
No. So I've got. I think they've called two that I haven't called, because I called Braddon, which I don't think they've called. I know News .com hasn't called it. I know Nine hasn't called it yet. I don't know if the ABC has called Braddon or not.
According to the Parks voting thing, One Nation is leeching votes from the Nationals, so the Nationals are down to 48% of the vote. And from what I could see on the national ballot in Parks, they're preferencing Labor. So that gives the Greens about 35% of the vote to 48. Yeah, so that was the kind of swing I was expecting in Parks, where the Nationals would lose their grip a bit, but not enough for them to actually lose the seat. Does this mean that the
Is there-
coalition?
Sorry, go. Yeah.
Does this mean the coalition has lost over 25 seats? If I did the math right.
They'll
Yes.
probably win.
They had
They'll-
75.
They'll probably win another 10 more,
Co-
I'd say, based on what is currently in doubt. Maybe less.
I
But-
think they'll get to the high 50s or mid 50s, but not 60.
Yeah. So they'll lose, good 20 seats by the looks of it.
There's no way David Limbrick is on 2.4% of the vote. But there's no way Pauline Hanson's party outvotes Limbrick in Victoria. There's no way.
You're saying it's rigged, mate.
It just doesn't make any sense. When has Pauline had a decent candidate in the fucking Victoria? It just does my head in. I don't know. It's going to go down as one of those epic meltdowns on the internet.
So Josh
clip this,
Friedberg's
Put it on the
speech.
Instagram and on everything else, and just
Makes
have
no
you
sense,
ranting.
man. It makes no sense at all. Like Limbrick, if you listen to the minor party debate that Alvey and that hosted, like Limbrick was the one who stood out of all of them. Like he's the only one who's been consistent in Victoria for the last 12 to 24 months. I just can't fathom him getting that small a vote.
United Australia Party got more votes in Victoria
How?
in the Senate. I think it's probably just spending money at the end of the day. Like, I've been assaulted with UAP ads on YouTube for the last 3 months. It's been
The
fucking
Greens have
barrage.
in the entire state thing, not the Senate, so the state. The Greens have 13.5% of the vote in Queensland, and Queensland's you wouldn't expect that in Queensland because that means
No, I would.
the Greens have a higher percentage of the vote in Queensland than they do in Victoria.
No, I expected it based off what we saw last election.
No, I just
Even
wasn't.
I was expecting the Greens. I thought the Greens would pick up at least 2 seats in Brisbane because at the last election, the Greens polled at about 10% at the last election, and that was 2020. So in the last two, so it makes sense that in the last 2 years they picked up 3%.
And nationally, they're polling at around 14% with the count so far. That's plus 4%.
Stuart, Darren Hinch actually had a seat in Victoria, didn't he, before?
He did at one point, but he resigned.
Okay, because he's only got 1.3% in the...
His party has 2 senators, I'm pretty sure. In the state
Wow.
level, they have 2 senators.
He's only got 1.3%.
Yeah. I don't
Because
think
they've been
they're
somewhat
getting
anti-
in.
They've been somewhat
No, they won't be.
anti-mandate. Not overly, but they have been
Oh.
on some things.
Victoria
Reason-
punishment.
Reason Australia, who played a big role in the
0.9.
state Dan Andrews mandates, they've bombed out with 0.9%.
How does that make any sense then?
No,
Because it
no,
has the guys...
Because
Go,
Daniel
go.
Andrews and Labor preferenced Reason at the very bottom.
Yeah, they weren't happy.
Yeah, I laughed at that actually. That was quite funny.
They weren't
That's
happy.
why. That's why.
But even still, how does like pro-mandate parties, like there's a few Victorian Socialists, etc., Fusion, etc., how did they end up so low, and people like Pauline Hanson end up high? In term, when you think about it, like the representation in Victoria with the Liberal Democrats having such a big...
So how it works is that left wing voters tend to be more collectivist, which means they'll clump around existing left wing parties, Greens and Labor. Right can I finish?
Yeah.
Right wing voters tend to be more individualistic, which means
So-
that right wing parties tend to fracture and splinter into smaller and smaller parties. It's what we've seen with many of their parties. They keep fracturing and splintering, which means that the left will end up coalescing around one or two parties. The right will split into a bunch of parties thus splitting the vote and allowing the left-wing parties to win. However, right-wing parties also have candidates who are more eccentric, and so they attract more votes through that. So the right-wing parties rely on their leaders to be eccentric to attract votes in Australia because they fracture. They don't have the unity that they need, so they rely on being popular. So that's why the most successful right-wing minor parties, the UAP and One Nation, are populist rather than conservative or libertarian, because by being populist, they can ensure that they get enough votes from their big personalities. That's how they work to get their votes. Whereas the left unites around certain parties.
So why are the socialist parties so low then?
Because they're not establishment left. They're a new party. They're a new party, so therefore they haven't been around that long enough to get that ingrained collectivist draw that the Greens and Labor had. It's that when the Greens first started up, they got very low polling. It's taken them decades to get to this level.
They're also basically communists. Victorian Socialist Party are basically the Communist Party.
Isn't that what Victorians want?
Well, no, the Greens can hide in they can hide their communist tendencies behind their environmental issues, right? They can couch it. They can sort of push the communist agenda through the climate debate and stuff like that. Whereas the socialists are just straight up commies, just like, nah, fucking give us your money.
With the Greens didn't start to gain vote until founded in 1993, and it took until 2010 7 election, so the Rod Howard election, Gillard elections for them to actually gain any vote.
Yeah, 2010 in the lower 2010 was when they got their first MP. One Nation can't even do that. One Nation can't get an MP in the lower house, and they've been around for longer than the Greens have, or about the same time, about the same length as the Greens. It is because of that collectivist, individualistic split. That's why right-wing politics are always about personality. That's why the biggest personality is right at the top in the right, whereas the left wing doesn't have big personalities. Albo, Shorten, compare that to say Tony Abbott's.
I think the last personality they had that was in Labour was Keating, and that was just because he was so good at insulting people.
Yeah, he's a good trash talker.
You're all tipper, no iceberg.
Yeah, see, when the left can combine their unity with having good figures, they are in power for a long period of time.
Like Bob Hawke,
Bob Hawke and Keating.
He was unbeatable. Bob Hawke was unbeatable. He was the most popular Australian Prime Minister on record. No one dared challenge him.
Bob Hawke and Paul Keating also oversaw the transition to the globalist economy, though.
Yeah, but I'm just saying, I'm just talking to the public-wise, the perception of Bob Hawke being because he was kind of the larrikin kind of leader.
Yeah, but I take real issue with that sort of perception of him as this great.
I take issue
with the man of the people image that those two have, because they opened us up to the draining of the industrial manufacturing.
I'm just talking
that's how free markets work.
But
Keating and Hawke were more pro-free market than the Liberals were at that point.
Well,
but that was the change, right? The Labor Party wasn't always that way. Those two heralded in this new way of looking at the world, and we ended up losing our automotive industry, and a bunch of manufacturing has gone by the wayside since then.
You know what? That's a good thing.
No, it's not. This is the difference with, I don't see us having no industrial innovation or having our automotive industry as a good thing. I can't see that as a good thing.
Well, because we have a free market, it means that we can get better products from other countries than the ones we could get here for lower prices.
Is it a free market when China has labor it treats people like slaves, is that a free market? That I don't think that's an accurate assessment of the market. I think that
But it's just not. It's just not China. If China wasn't doing it, we'd still be buying Japanese stuff because it's cheaper than anything that can be made in the West.
I disagree. I think China, the way the labor economy works there is not free, and it in no way could be defined as free, and so it breaks our economic prosperity as a result of being integrated with it.
Well, if you look in the 80s, the 80s and 70s pre Bob Hawke, you can see the rise of Japanese stuff was already overtaking Australian manufacturing pre-labor.
The only reason that our economy survived for so long being protectionist was the White Australia policy, bringing in Greeks and Italians and Southern Mediterranean citizens to Australia as a workforce. That's how we survived because we were able to, reinforce the industry with people from Europe. But once we lost them, we were forced to change because we didn't have the ability to keep up those manufacturing industries without spending money to subsidize them and use tariffs.
And if we use tariffs,
okay, so the German automotive industry is supported with tariffs, right? They have a thriving industry in Germany on similar wage levels, right? Manufacturers out the wazoo. So
look at their tax rate.
It's the argument for me is I come to it from the consequentialist, I guess, argument is like, if we can't have a manufacturing sector here, we're doing something wrong, and we need to fix it. And just saying, well, it's the free market, that's not good enough.
No,
we need to
look at the resources
outside the box.
Look at the resources they have. Look at population density. Look at how the EU works as a market. Comparing us to Germany with that, considering the different circumstances, is nothing.
And also,
we don't have the resources or the population to support that, to support an industry to that scale. It's why we have so much agriculture, because we have the space for it, and mining, because we have the resources for it. That's our two biggest industries, apart from tourism, and because we have the resources for it, we have the space for it. We don't have that population density that Europe has. We also don't have the EU market like Germany to take advantage of. Germany can get cheap steel from France and from Belgium, and they can get cheap oil. We can't get that because we don't have that same sort of market system. We're an island nation.
We are a resource-rich country, and if we can't
not with those resources,
well, like you said, we have a mining industry that can directly feed the industrial industry, right? That doesn't.
We don't have a steel mining industry. We don't have the industry to make the cars. Our industry is raw material like copper and uranium.
I know.
We don't have a big steel industry.
BHP have a steel plant locally down here. There's resources there. I question this idea that we don't or can't have a manufacturing sector. I question that.
German
defeatist attitude.
German products since before World War II were always known as the prestige premium products. So even with a free market economy, German products are historically known for their great quality, so people will buy them. Australia does not have this prestige in an international market.
German, Italian, French, like Renault, they're all there they're all got their industries.
They all have a prestige of history in international markets. Holden does not have that.
We abandoned ours. We abandoned ours. We gave it up.
World-class steel. Our steel
I'm
talking
about the cars itself because they didn't really sell well.
Back to the election.
I've got an update from someone who was doing scrutineering. Apparently, it's all legit. There is no fuckery. Labor just kicking everyone's ass.
Yeah.
Oh,
right. Damn it. We saw it coming.
No shit.
I know. I was trying to be white pilled, but
what?
It sucks.
Join us.
I tried.
Join the dark side.
Let's burn it down.
Don't worry, the Labor's going to burn it down.
In other news, in even more interesting news, Peter Dutton could lose his seat.
Oh, good. Fuck him anyway. If it's going to go down, we might as well go down.
I have a question. How many Liberal cabinet ministers are left?
Not many.
They're all up on charges of sexual assault, aren't they? That's a joke.
Is Morrison the only one left with a seat?
Dutton does. Dutton is still going, but he's at risk. It depends on preference flow. On first preferences alone, he's down by 4%. Greens are up by 3. Greens are on 14% in his electorate. Greens are at 14%. Dutton's at 41%. Labor's at 31%. So it depends on preferences.
Well, the Greens are going to preference Labor.
The problem is that 4% from Dutton that left him has been split between the right-wing parties. So Lib Dems picked up 1.28. The UAP picked up 0.79. Paul Hanson picked up 0.91. So they all picked up these small percentages that aren't enough to have any real meaning behind them. They just split the vote. So hopefully they all preference against him. If Greens preference Labor, that puts him at 42%. No, more than that. 45%. If Greens preference Labor, that's 45%. So it depends on the other right-wing minor parties, whether they want Dutton or Labor or Greens. Do we have any decent news out of Western Australia? If anyone's been following that, how's Hazlitt looking? Centrist.
So just check out Hazlitt. I don't know. I just checked it out. I'm going off the ABC because I couldn't get the AEC one to work properly, but we're still sitting at Labor's at 37.6, Liberals 32, 13.3 for the Greens, which I seriously don't understand how he's managed. I've never seen the guy in my life, and I don't know. They've never had anyone there. One Nation has picked up 4% somehow. Will Scott from United Australia is at 3.5. Janine Williams, who is the independent, her partner I've met over pre-polling is awesome. They picked up 3.4, which is cool. Hopefully they can get up to 4, which would be nice. Federation at 2.4, West Australian Party 2.4, and my man Steve sitting out the back here at 1.4. Sorry, Steve, I tried. And then if we go to the Senate, Lib Dems has dropped back to 1.8%, with the Australian Christians overtaking them, even, which is not good.
11% swing against Ken Wyatt.
Yeah, it's been a big swing. And I'm surprised Tanya's got it, to be honest, because I don't see this trend. Where I was the whole time, it wasn't pushing this way. It's really interesting to see it go this way, because it's not.
Labor said this last time around.
It is not the feel we got on the ground, to be honest, but it is what it is. Congratulations, Tanya. I'm pretty much sure you got this one in the bag.
Scott says any chance of one good Labor policy, maybe legal weed?
They won't do legal weed.
No, they'll regulate
No
it.
way. They won't run it. There's no way in hell they'd do it.
Somebody,
even the Greens
for
won't
the
do
love
it.
of God,
The Greens
for
won't
the
do
love
it.
of
Labor, maybe more funding for TAFE?
As the anarchist,
Stuart's like, let's get the 3D printers out. Let's go.
Anything else you can think? What else could Labor do that's good?
Not much, really. Just spend more money.
That's why I said
anything that Labor's good on, Greens are better on. So immigration and drugs and Aboriginal issues, Greens are better on than Labour,
Agree on
in my
that.
opinion. Anything that I actually like Labour on, Greens can do a better job than Labour can do. Because the Greens have to be good at them to win votes, whereas Labour has guaranteed votes because they've been around for that long.
Yeah, Lead Pill mentions Canberra already has legal weed, so good to know the politicians can all have their weed legally, while the rest of the country gets put in prison or fined for smoking marijuana.
What do you mean all fined? It's both.
Rules for thee, but not for me.
Yeah, that's a politician.
Oh, guys, this is not going.
Now I know how they.
Slimmer of hope.
Now
Look,
I know how
they
the
needed-
Americans felt 2 years ago.
Look, I guess the whole thing of getting the electorate black-pilled with a Labor government might not be the best viewpoint, but
I don't want to lose my house, man.
the blue team needed a slap across the face, right? They needed a wake-up call.
Because
So this is that, and
Yeah,
so
'cause
hopefully the Freedom parties come back better next time.
Whenever a party gets a third term in this country, they become the most apathetic, lazy bastards. It happens every single
I don't want
time.
Liberals to win. I just wanted more representation of some of the freedom parties, but we didn't even get that.
Same with you. I knew Labor was going to win, but I wanted more independence. There were actual independents in.
Yeah.
You know what? The left always eats itself, right? So we can assume that Teals, Greens,
They ate us first, but
they will all throw grenades at the Labor Party.
Got some
Right.
good news.
Here we go.
Paul
White pill me.
enhance it. One Nation will win the sixth. It looks like One Nation will win the sixth Senate seat in South Australia.
that's not good news. But
It's not
better than
Liberal
nothing.
or
I'll take the
Labor.
scraps. I'll take the scraps.
It's not Liberal or Labor.
Oh god, that's terrible.
Liberal is Gilmore goes to Gilmore goes to Labor. They retain it on preferences thanks to the Greens.
Well, I don't think we're going to get Kate and that tonight because James is ignoring my messages. Obviously, it hasn't gone well enough to have a chat.
We all
We'll
need
get
to
him
move to
next week.
Tasmania. Tasmania or Queensland? Tasmania or Queensland has to be what we have to create a freedom state. That's
Can't we
the
just
long-term play. That's
Can't
the
we
long
just
play.
move to Norfolk Island?
Norfolk Island, you're right. Just create an independent, declare
Norfolk
independence from Australia.
Norfolk Island falls under the control of Canberra. Do you want that?
Yeah, they come near me. I aim a gun at
You're
them.
gonna legal weed.
Yeah, see, legal weed. It's all coming together.
You can't sell it.
it.
You can't sell
Legal-
it. You can't consume it publicly. It's not legal. It's It's not legal. It's decriminalized.
We had that for a while.
Sorry, Mr. Constitutional Lawyer.
No, that's not. No, the difference. No, so decriminalized means you can possess it, but legalized means there's no regulation of it. It's still regulated, and I'm
Right.
guessing it's probably you can't even sell it. So the government won't tax it because you can't sell it. So the thing is, you can't buy the plant. Once you have the plant, you can grow the plant.
Right.
Labor won.
Explain how that works.
Yeah.
I like that. I like that one. I can work with that.
Magic. It's magic.
Stuart. Labor won Menzies.
Menzies is confirmed.
Yep.
True. It's a
The
whitewash.
AEC is saying it's too close to call.
Yeah, it looks pretty damn close to me.
But if you look at the preferences, they've got a 1% advantage for preferences.
Yeah, that's not enough because they don't have enough votes counted yet.
Yeah, it looks like they're going to win it.
Oh, what the hell? Sorry.
10. Wow, that's a big swing. 12%.
Where?
This is
Tangy.
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 Tangy in
We're
West
all-
Australia.
We're all screwing up electric names today.
I'm still looking at the Hasluck, and One Nation has got. This is insane. There's no way One Nation got that many votes.
In South Australia.
No, in WA here in Hasluck. It's just like he was a blow-in. Like he's not even from the area. He barely had any signs anywhere. Like that, he's sitting on 1,161 over United Australia, who were everywhere, who's with 977.
Yeah, that seems weird.
It is because there was no One Nation representation anywhere. Like the only guy that ever rocked up to hand how to vote cards had a United Australia shirt on. Oh, that's insane.
What's Dutton's seat again?
Dixon, Queensland.
How is he doing?
I called it for Labor a while ago. He's not too close to call. I need to update that actually.
Because I mean, who wants to predict the future leader of the Liberal Party?
Frydenberg's gone. If Frydenberg's gone, Dustin's gone. Frydenberg's gone, but Scott Morrison's still there. How does that work?
Yeah, I know, right?
Well, he's the Prime Minister, so he gets to save his seat.
I mean, Dutton has 2.9% on Labor, so he looks like I'm predicting Peter Dutton is the new leader of the Liberal National Party.
They're screwed.
He's not popular.
Yep.
Ah, fucking hell.
Death.
Ah.
The Grim Reaper is the new leader of the Liberal National Party.
I thought his name was Barnaby.
No, that's Beetroot.
Barnaby's national.
Yeah, and he's the Beetroot. Grim Reaper was Dutton. Yeah?
Yeah.
That's right.
Brilliantly portrayed in Pauline Hanson's cartoons.
And she didn't even get any votes for it. I was like, those cartoons were awesome. Surely it would have got you something.
So
How much did the One Nation guy in your seat get?
I don't know. It's insane. Like he's sitting at 4% of the vote at the moment, which is nuts. Because like I've said, man, there was no representation at all from One Nation.
That's the same with the One Nation here. They were barely around, but they got 7% of the vote in my electorate. They didn't even really campaign.
Janine, so the one to watch, right, is Janine Williams, who's the independent and Hasluck, because she's jumped up to 3.4%. She's had a pretty good deal where she was like number 2 for the Greens. Like she had a lot of preferencing above.
Majors.
Like she sort of just lucked out, and she also had the number 1 spot. So she's got 1,022 votes at the moment. So 3.4%. So she might knock One Nation out, which is possible because I know my vote went to her before. I think my vote went to her before One Nation. So there's a chance she will knock One Nation out.
it's looking good that Christina Keneally loses in the seat of Fowler.
And the Labour narrowly held on to McNamara against the Greens.
So that seat of Fowler that Christina Keneally was considered very safe with a 14% Labor margin, and she's losing. So that's fun for her.
Good. Silver linings.
Silver linings. We've got to take them. Tim Wilson's gone and Goldstein. By the looks, some pretty high-profile Lib scalps tonight, that's for sure. Blue team is taking some hits.
Sturt is backing down.
Stuart.
Yeah. Yeah.
I want to buy the plant. What plant? Arabian?
Weed.
Marijuana.
You
The
sure?
magic
Mariana. We had it running in Haslock. Mariana.
What's
Australian
Dutton doing?
Federation.
Is he conceding?
Oh, good. Fuck him.
What?
He's making a speech.
Oh,
He-
God.
He just wants to go home. He's like, nah, I'm done. Whatever. Who cares? Stop the boats. His family looks so happy right now.
They're going, oh, great. Dad's got a rant when he gets home.
He's still ahead. He's got a
No.
2.9% lead, so he can't be conceding.
Yeah.
They're probably just calling it a night because I think, much like the rest of this election, we are not going to find out anytime soon.
Oh, it's already a given that Labor has won.
Yeah. I think it's
Yeah.
all done, mate.
There's no way in hell they can lose with that.
2 million postal votes to be counted. There's still a chance.
Ooh. Will Scott is making a last-minute dash on preferences because he's now at 3.4%. And with the people that are below him being knocked out, or no, he's the last one, I think. Oh, maybe not.
I just got
All right. That's my last beer for the evening, gentlemen. I'm going
I
to
think it is.
I think we
Enjoy
can call
you.
it quits, to be honest.
Yeah, I think we
It's
can.
bad enough. I don't think I need to be on here anymore.
Stuart, did you want to make a projected winner? Did you want to call it? Make a final?
I'm gonna say it's. I'm gonna say Labor.
how about you make a let's
I
make
think
a
it's safe. Prediction? You mean prediction like minority? How many seats?
yeah for each thing. Like do a prediction for that.
I want to say Labor. I want to say Labor will get 75 to 78.
So you think
Is that
they
good enough?
have a chance of reaching the goal?
It depends on a couple of. It depends on what.
You're still holding out hope that there'll be a minority government, aren't you? Grasping. Like
Before we go, I just want to leave on something. I was overhearing a Labor handy out a person volunteer. He was saying that voters are getting dumber and dumber by the year, and I think she was right.
Not wrong.
Oh no, we have news.
Oh
What?
God, here we go.
Woo! Labor win again.
Frydenberg has lost his seat. It's been confirmed.
Good.
Yeah, he
Yeah,
just conceded.
screw him.
I just watched his concession speech. It's
You
over.
And what was it? Was it on the ABC?
Yeah.
Wasn't that Dustin we just saw?
Yeah,
No.
but before that was Friday.
That
night.
bank got potatoes. It's all good.
Yeah, it's over. They're all
Alright.
jumping ship.
I think
now.
we
The
call
ship
it at
is
the end, mate.
ship is
I
sink.
think
Where's
we got
ScoMo? Where's ScoMo admitting defeat?
He's trying to come up with marketing spin. He's
He
probably
should,
going to.
should totally rock up in the Hawaiian shirt and just go, hey!
I want people to keep their seats. ScoMo was the one. Oh my god.
It's so crazy, isn't it? Potentially, he's the only one who's going to keep his seat out of the leadership group. That's just crazy. Well, that's what they get. That's what they get. All right, gentlemen.
Well,
Thank you.
before we finish up, we'll be streaming again tomorrow morning So that is 10 a.m. on the 22nd AEST, or 8 p.m. EDT on May 21st for the Americans.
I'll be sleeping.
At
Sorry.
a usual time. I don't expect either Centrist or Drew to be there, but I will be there, and we'll have Jerry for that one as well.
I'll try and be there if I can be.
She rocks up.
Enjoy.
Hopefully.
We'll probably have the
Enjoy.
results for Parks by then. I can give an overview of what I think it will do for the electorate, like the full
Looking forward
results.
Pass my commiserations to Jerry.
Yes.
Yeah, she would have done good in government.
We love Jerry. Jerry's good.
Don't like the party, like her.
Yeah. All right, guys. Catch you later.
See you.
See ya, everybody.
Over and
Remember,
out. Bye.
Go.
Fucking.
That was fun.
Yes. Hopefully, the idea for tomorrow's show is we'll do a wrap up. Obviously, we'll have votes confirmed. We'll have some more votes in.
We'll have
and
basically the definitive results.
hopefully, and we will also have. It'll be more international focus, so we'll hopefully have on. Oh, hi! We're still going. We're still live.
Jesus.